主持人呢？
我问吗？有声音了吗？Good morning. Hello, Mr. Pritat. Would you like to do a technical test?
Sure, that sounds like a good idea.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I can hear you. So you share your screen, right?
Yes. So let
Okay,
me
we can.
start.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can try that.
Video's on. Let me share the PowerPoint. Um, Is this working?
Yeah, it works. Would you like to scroll down a little bit?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it goes well. Goes well.
Staging. Okay.
Yeah. So you know that we'll each speaker will have a minute.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll see you later on Zoom.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you.
time. 好。可以了，谢谢。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of our program of the symposium. First of all, may I have the honor to invite Professor Tang Yong, the Vice Chair of the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf of the United Nations and a Research Fellow from the Second Institute of Oceanography of Ministry of Natural Resources of China, to deliver the keynote speech. Welcome.
尊敬的各位领导、专家学者，早上好。首先感谢吴世存理事长、王院长和南海研究院华阳中心的邀请，让我再次来到了三亚参加第5届海洋合作与治理论坛。上周呢，刚刚结束在纽约联合国召开的第62届大陆架会议，正好今天呢汇报一下委员会最新的公开进展。今天我汇报的题目是大陆架划界及对全球海洋治理的重大挑战。作为委员会成员，我必须有一个免责声明：今天的观点不代表委员会及其他任何机构的观点，这是我个人的观点。今天我汇报的内容主要为3部分，第一部分为大陆架划界对国际海洋治理的重大挑战。按照联合国海洋法公约第76条，联合国的大陆架主要是以其领海、陆地、领土以外的大陆的自然延伸，扩展到大陆边外缘的海底区域的国际海床和地图，如果不到200海里，则扩展到200海里之外。那么今天我讲的主要是200海里之外的大陆架。那么这里强调了大陆架的自然延伸和定义，直至大陆边外缘，并且大陆架与国际海底是此消彼长的关系，并且随着 BBNG 的出现，新的在未来的部分区域还会存在着紧张的关系。那么大陆架划界是沿海国利用公约合法拓展海底领土的最后一次蓝色确定运动，成为全球竞争的焦点。目前的沿海国几乎都有划界案的提交，纷纷主张自己的大陆架和海底资源。那么大陆架呢，具有丰富的战略资源，像油气、天然气水合物、深海稀土、液液硫化物、复古结壳、猛结海、液液硫化物等深海矿产资源以及生物基因资源，它具有重要的战略地位，是未来沿海国发展经济的重要战略支撑。那么大陆架划界必然是全球海洋治理的重要抓手，也事关沿海国的海洋权益。这张图可以看出，目前有74个缔约国提交了106个划界案，包括11个修正划界案。整个的外大陆架的主张面积超过了2800万至3200万平方千米，占公海面积的12.4%。一旦全部通过，那么国际海底面积将减少12%到14%。那么大陆架目前的划界组装区域达到了147块区域，最大的一块区域目前统计是231万平方千米。那么平均下来，每块划界的组装区域为18.8万平方千米。那么组装区域呢，它从北极到南极，也包含了三大洋、印度洋、大西洋和太平洋。我们来看，大西洋两侧一共有40个国家提交了47个划界案，组装的面积达到了约1600万平方千米。左侧的第一张图上可以看出，大陆架大西洋两侧几乎所有的沿海国家都提交了自己的划界案，那么这是由地球科学特征来决定的。那么印度洋呢，有19个国家 提交了26个划界案，它的主张面积达到了1326万平方千米。那么我们可以看到，在非洲一侧，它的几乎所有的国家都提交了划界案，东侧呢则是稀稀疏疏的。那么太平洋有24个国家提交了29个划界案，主张面积则只有500万平方千米。你会发现，在太平洋的东侧，几乎没有任何国家可以提交大陆架划界案，这同样也是由地球科学特征来决定的。那么我们来看一下北极，这是北极的整个的一张图。到目前为止，俄罗斯、加拿大、丹麦、挪威以及还不是缔约国的美国也单方面提出了划界主张，整个200海里以外的国际海底面积几乎没有。如果把这个整个的国际海底区域比作一个人的话，只剩下大约这么2个单独的眼睛。就说将来呢，未来的国际海底，北冰洋的国际海底将剩余不到1%。我们再来看南极，这是南极的周边，被有5个国家先后提出了大陆架主张，包括阿根廷、智利、澳大利亚、英国、挪威，大约有210万平方千米。虽然委员会是明确确定委员会不考虑和不审议任何涉及南极的划界案，但是这些国家的划界案主张始终悬挂在委员会的网站上，也就是说将来不可预测。我们从这张动画图上可以看出，所谓的外大陆架划界一定要从领海基点出发，画出一个200海里线，然后呢再依据公约76条的规则来确定自己的外大陆架界限，这样呢就存在着一系列的重叠，因此大陆架划界就有可能引发一系列的地缘政治紧张、资源的重新分配、环境污染与保护、海上管辖区域的重叠，以及海洋保护区及国际海底冲突等不利的因素。因此，如何和平的利用大陆架划界是国际海洋治理的一个重要的挑战。第二部分，我来汇报一下，就是到目前为止大陆架界限委员会的一些实践活动。作为审议划界案的大陆架界限委员会成立于1997年，工作地点就在纽约联合国总部，由缔约国选举21名地质、地球物理或者水文测绘专家组成，是一个独立的专家机构。委员会呢，主要就是审议联合国提交的划界案，并提出建议。一旦委员会开始审议，提案国就需要密切的配合委员会的工作，随时提交委员会要求的最新数据的补充，中间不能有中断，以免造成委员会的时间和金钱的浪费，否则委员会就会立即审议另外的划界案。当前呢，有些提案国还没有注意到委员会的这一最新动向发展，造成自己的案子要不被搁置，要不审议的时间非常长。委员会呢，由缔约国选举产生，可以连选连任，以确保区域上的公平，每个区域至少有3名组成。委员会提出的建议，联合国在这些建议的基础上划定的大陆架的界限是确定性和拘束力的，这是委员会的独有的权利。我们也不允许提案国对我们的建议进行评论或者质疑。委员会呢，主要对维护世界海洋和平和可持续发展做出贡献，既要帮助沿海国维护合法的大陆架，又要防止沿海国过度的侵占国际海底这一全人类的利益，有自己的议事规则和科技准则。议事规则运行26年以来，里面详细规定了各种程序和实质性问题的操作，确保了委员会26年有效的运行。委员会呢，可能是目前少数只有闭门会议的国际组织机构。委员会呢，刚刚完成了最新的议事规则修订，仅仅针对议事规则涉及到委员会的工作方式的主体部分和附件3部分做了修改，决定不对附件1和附件2做任何修改。修改后的议事规则呢，我相信近期会在网站上公布。委员会坚持和平利用主张大陆架，涉及沿海国之间的争端，委员会坚持沿海国自己协商进行解决，坚持 因为各国对终端具有管辖权。如果已存在陆地和海洋终端，委员会不会去审议和认定终端的一些当事国提出的划监案，也就是说，坚持有终端不审议的原则。当然，也绝不允许任何第三方机构插手委员会的工作，不被任何机构，包括仲裁庭、国际法庭和国际法院所左右，坚持独立自主，用科技来审议划监案，所以才具有了良好的声誉。委员会对于划监案的审议具有5种审议的模式。第一种是完全审议沿海国提交的划监案，即没有任何争端，像目前我们正在审议的古巴划监案。第二种就是针对沿海国不同区域的划监案部分审议，采取有争端的区域推迟审议，没有争端的区域可以审议，像原来的印度划监案。第三种是对于有争端的划监案，在委员会成立小组委员会之前提出反对的，则推迟审议，像孟加拉等10几个案子就是这种状况。第四种是小组委员会开始审议过程中提出有争端的划监案，则是暂停审议，像印度、斯里兰卡特多。第5种是对于有主权争端和涉及南极的划监案不予审议，像阿根廷的马岛和目前对南极提出的上述5国的主张。这是委员会对案子的审议的一个初步的结果。这是委员会在网站上公开的所有划监案的审议的状态，白色表示推迟审议的划监案。目前委员会正在审议排位在第56位的马达加斯加划监案，前面呢一共有15个争端划监案，包含了缅甸、也门、英国、爱尔兰、斐济、越南、马来西亚、斯里兰卡、印度、特多、马尔代夫、丹麦、孟加拉等，正在推迟中，等待各国协商去解决无争端之后，委员会再进行审议。这张图展示了举例了说明，自2009年6月，孟加拉提交了反对缅甸的划监案照会，并明确引用了附件1 5A 有争端不审议原则，那么委员会决定推迟审议。2020年7月，巴基斯坦提交了反对正在审议的印度划监案照会，并明确引用了附件1 5A， 委员会决定暂停审议。2022年10月，印度提交了反对正在审议的斯里兰卡划监案照会，并引用了附件1 5A。我们也是正在审议的斯里兰卡大约7年时间，然后被迫暂停审议。2020年3月1号，孟加拉划监案再次进行了陈述，印度也是引用了附件1 5A 明确反对，那么委员会也是暂停审议。这里可以看出，委员会并没有考虑一些国际法庭所谓的判决。这张图大家应该比较关心的南海的大陆架划监案，这里显示的是目前已经完成陈述工作的3个划监案，分别是2009年排位第33的越马沿海划监案，2009年排位37的越南北部划监案，2019年排位85的马来西亚划监案。从委员会的主席的声明段落可以明确看出，由于外交照会的明确反对，委员会一致决定推迟涉及南海的大陆架划监案，这也是委员会坚持议事规则和独立自主的体现，不会允许任何第三方机构插手委员会的决定。从这张图上是可以看出，委员会自1997年成立以来，预测全球沿海国可能提交的划监案可能不超过35个，但是到目前为止，我们是收到了106个划监案，这样错误的估计就导致了委员会现在的工作量激增。从2001年俄罗斯第一个划监案到2009年划监案激增超过50，到2015年突破80，2022年则突破100大关，24年则是106个划监案，是原来预测的3倍之多。将来我相信还会有更多的划监案继续加入，导致委员会的工作量大增。目前呢，委员会已经成立了11个小组委员会，同时审议划监案，工作时间从以前的每年的4周激增到21周。委员会呢，目前批准了40个建议，目前同意提交给联合国的有10个。 还有30个化建案继续在观望之中。那么整个的剩余大约有50多个化建案，继续的等待的时间大约为14年。从这张图我们也可以看出，在08年之前，委员会收到的化建案和批准的化建案保持了一个基本同步的水平。自09年以来，收到的化建案激增，而批准的建议则是在缓慢的增长，导致委员会超负荷运转。那么我们可以看出，委员会不想也没有时间去考虑更多的有终端的化建案，剩余的这些没有终端的化建案，我们审议的时间可能需要30到50年。除了继续提交新的化建案，联合国提交的修正化建案也在不断的增加。11年出现了第一个修正化建案，到今年则达到了11个修正化建案，还不包括审议化建案中的不断的补充和完善。修正的化建案的建议到今年为止，我们只通过了5个。根据公约附件2第8款，只要联合国不同意委员会的建议，就可以提交修正化建案或新的化建案。这样呢，就会造成一个所谓的死循环，导致修正化建案不断的增加。目前看来，可能会让联合国无休止的提交修正化建案，例如俄罗斯的北极修正北极化建案。01年，俄罗斯提交了北极化建案，02年委员会通过了建议。2015年，俄罗斯提交了北极的修正化建案。2023年2月，委员会通过了俄罗斯北极第一个修正案的建议。2023年2月14号，俄罗斯则提交了第2个修正化建案。2023年7月，委员会尽快通过了俄罗斯的第2个修正案，但是2023年10月，俄罗斯则提交了第3个北极的修正化建案。这是一个典型的案例。到第3部分，我来汇报一下关于科技数据在大陆架化界中的作用。关于大陆架化界，实际上就是地学上大陆边缘范围的界定，因此大陆架化界是大陆边缘动力学与国际法的高度融合，包含了海洋地质、地球物理、测绘、地球化学、沉积、地理系统与国际海洋法等多学科的交汇。从这张动画图上，我们可以说，这不仅从大陆边缘到洋极，到一些岛屿，都纷纷提交了大陆架化界案，都有化界行为。当然呢，这些需要我们从地球科学上来界定这种大陆架的行为。公约76条是明确确定了如何对大陆架化界。简单来说，实际上就是通过2条共识线和2条限制线来提出大陆架的范围。但是呢，看似简单，实际上超级复杂，它内含了所有的地球科学内容。公约只是从宏观上给出了化界的规则，但是对于科学概念的定义则是模糊不清，给大陆架的化界就带来了巨大的挑战。同时呢，我在这里也继续澄清一个概念，大陆架的外部界限最远并不是直到350海里，实际上现在很多案例已经超过350海里，到达750或者1000海里。同时呢，科学理论的高速发展也带动了大陆架化界理论的发展以及化界科学技术的突飞猛进。特别是一些新型的调查船近海底调查设备的采用，获得了高质量、高分辨率的调查数据，对大陆架化界提供了技术的支持。像俄罗斯在北极大陆架则动用了核潜艇和双破冰船，一些 ROV、UOV 以及 HOV、RUV 等深潜器则对定点调查起了决定性作用。那么像一些 OBS 则提供了深部技巧结构，都为大陆架化界提供了新的理论。特别是在委员会审议联合国的大陆架化界中，我们是以委员会的科技指南为指导。关于洋极，委员会始终有3种对洋极的划分的标准，一种是深洋洋极，只能到200海里；一种是海底洋极，可以到350海里；另外一种就是所谓的自然延伸，可以超过350海里，到达另外一个限制线，所谓的2500米等深线外侧100海里。但是呢，大陆边缘动力学的高速发展，让联合国利用新的数据和理论，在一些科学观点上突破了常规传统的地球科学理论，与洋极的化界主张面积开始大幅度扩大。因此呢，委员会也开始了对1999年制定的科技指南进行修订工作。这将是一个巨大的挑战，一旦修订完成，必将影响更多的联合国的大陆架化界。与近代发展起来的一些地幔柱理论 进一步让联合国看到了扩大其大陆架主任的希望，不断提交新的修正划定案，向冰岛就是利用这种所谓的地幔轴理论，向自己的大陆架主张扩展到750海里的界限，向北冰洋的俄罗斯，大家知道这是一个罗姆诺夫海脊，就是利用新的大量的科学证据，向它扩展了1000海里，这是远远突破了350海里的界限。这是委员会在2002年对俄罗斯北冰洋划界案的第一个建议，这是不认可处于中央的罗姆诺夫海脊，就中央这块区域三大海脊的类型，就是说你不能超过350海里。但是呢，在2023年，也就是说去年，委员会的全面统一了整个的北冰洋这块区域，罗姆诺夫海脊、阿尔法海脊和门捷列夫海脊，组成了一个是俄罗斯大陆边缘的自然延伸，也就是说突破了北极基点，超过了1000海里。这就是充分利用地球科学证据的理由。这是俄罗斯自01年之后，02年委员会建议之后，从05年开始到14年，动用了大量的调查船，就是刚才说的所谓的双破冰船，一些这些数据，在北冰洋开展了大规模的科学调查，完成了4000多公里的深部地震探测方面，23000多公里的多岛地震测线，35000多公里的次生数据和120多个站位的地质取样。在海冰的情况下取得这样的数据是极其可贵的，所以它的调查成果就导致了整个的北冰洋划界案的一些构造理论的发展。那么从这张图可以看出，俄罗斯01年划界中主张外部界限穿越了北极基点，直达加拿大和丹麦的200海里线，主张面积呢从127万到163万到193万之间在不断的变化。受俄罗斯的影响，加拿大则是在2019年提交的基础上，在2022年重新向外部界限穿越了北极基点，直达俄罗斯的200海里线上，主张面积呢也有120万或达到193万平方千米。丹麦呢也是直达俄罗斯的200海里，主张面积达90万平方千米，都大幅度扩大自己的主张面积。还有一个美国，作为非缔约国也单方面公布了自己的外大陆架，整个的结果也就是导致北冰洋国际海底面积大约剩余不到1%。我相信随着北极冰层的进一步融化，北极航道的重要性也更为突出，北极的地缘政治、资源再分配、区域承接、生态环境治理以及保护区问题也会加剧，所以北极的海洋治理也需要国际的合作。那么另外一个相关的案例，则是发展中国家由于缺乏资金、缺乏技术所存在的对科技数据的不足，向非洲38个非洲沿海国家提交了20划界案，主张面积700万平方千米，但委员会目前只批准了5个。有些国家的划界案被迫后撤或者后退或者退回，主要是因为缺乏高质量的数据，缺乏资金和高技术设备，同时呢也缺乏维持高科技的资金和队伍，导致审议时间很长。当然也包括地理信息系统，包括大陆架的划界地理系统，这样就导致整个的非洲的发展中国家出现了一些对划界案出现一些新的不公平。那么作为中国是海洋法公约缔约国，在支持发展中国家的大陆架划界中也做出了自己的贡献。目前在非洲4个国家实施了5个国际合作调查研究和国际海洋空间规划研究，筹建了1个中非海洋中心。我们也组织召开了7届大陆架国际会议和相应的培训会议，增加了非洲的能力建设。特别是在塞舌尔，我们开展了一次全链条的大陆架划界合作，从调查到方案的设计，帮助他们获得一块完整的外大陆架区域。时间关系，我主要汇报的以上几点，那么小结一下，就是说大陆架划界是国际海洋治理的重要组成部分，涉及到地缘政治、资源再分配、环境保护、气候变化等，需要全球联合国加强合作，和平有效利用大陆架。大陆架丰富的海底资源可以支撑联合国发展蓝色经济。联合国呢需要和平利用大陆架，争端只能在联合国之间谈判解决。委员会不去处理争端，鼓励联合国对话解决争端。 作为个人，我同时呼吁全球的政治家和学者一起要保护好委员会，不要让政治终端建立纯科学机构的委员会。政治家解决不了的困难，让委员会这个科学家来解决，我个人认为动机不良。大陆家化解科技和数据非常的重要，开展必要的国际合作。像南海，我们就可以开展海洋科技合作，服务海洋科学研究、海底绘图、海洋防灾减灾、海洋生态环境保护等领域。谢谢大家，我的汇报完毕。
谢谢谭勇教授的演讲，谢谢您，请入座休息。好，接下来请大家稍作等待，我们即将进入到下一专题议题环节。好，下面让我们掌声请出议题5环节的所有的我们的会议嘉宾还有主持人。接下来我们进入议题5：海洋生态环境保护与海洋渔业可持续发展。我荣幸的邀请出主持人、中国海洋发展基金会副理事长兼秘书长潘新春博士，有请您。有请。好，同时我们也请出这一议题的所有的发言嘉宾。For all the panelists, please come to the stage. 好，潘秘书长，舞台交给您。
尊敬的各位领导、各位嘉宾、各位朋友、女士们、先生们，大家上午好！非常高兴为大家服务，主持海洋生态环境保护和海洋渔业可持续发展这个专题。这个专题应该说是从字面上看是非常的重要。各个国家对海洋环境保护和渔业可持续发展都高度的关注，可以说做了大量的工作，也取得了非常大的成效。那么对中国来说，作为一个负责任大国，在这方面做的工作应该说是更多，取得的成绩也非常之大。我本人也深度参与了这些工作，所以我用2分钟把整个国家中国做的事跟大家做一个介绍。那么近几十年来，特别是18届3中全会以后，那么中国在海洋环境保护和海洋渔业可持续发展上出台了一系列的政策措施，取得了非常显著的成就。那么这些成就有哪些呢？我用一些数据跟大家说一说。第一个是中国在近岸海域建立了各级各类 保护区达到了250余处，海洋根源42个，发展了海洋生态红线，就是海洋的生态保护横线。这个面积加起来，就去年的数据统计，超过了15万平方公里。应该说是中国的管辖海域的绝大多数的横树林、珊瑚礁、海草床、岩礁、湿地等典型海洋生态系统得到了有效的保护。那么我们在这些年还修复海草床、横树林，包括珊瑚礁湿地，达到了3万多公顷。那么修复海岸线达到了1500多公里。同时我们在2018年还出台了，除了国家重大项目以外，禁止围填海，这在世界上也是少有。还实施了严格的污染物达标排放入海的制度。那么据去年的海洋生态，就是海洋环境公报显示，我们符合第1类海水水质标准的海域面积达到占管辖海域的97.9%，那么近岸海域的优良水质达到了85%以上，应该说取得了巨大的成就。那么在推进海洋渔业可持续发展方面，中国政府制定了一系列强有力的措施。那么一是从1995年开始，我们就实施了管辖海域的休渔制度，这个在世界上少有。那么第二是实施了海洋捕捞渔具最小网目的尺寸的限制制度。第三是建立了300多个海洋牧场示范区，那么国家级的就达到了189个，还开展了增殖放流。事实我们开展了大规模的养殖，那么在世界上规模是最大的，那么应该达到了22000多平方公里。我们还开展了现代化的养殖，包括大型网箱、喷泉，在比较远的深海。那么中国是还建立了数百个现代化的海洋渔业的2种研发培育基地。第7是开展了远洋捕捞，和40多个国家开展了合作。那么这些措施和数据可以看出，在保护环境、促进海洋渔业可持续发展做了大量的工作，取得了积极的成效，得到世界各国的充分肯定。那么中国正在这个基础上再加大政策措施，促进海洋环境保护的力度更大，包括海洋渔业可持续发展。我们今天请了8位专家，都是在这方面有研究、有见地、有成效的专家。那么他们对将来的工作还有很多想法。我们接下来就听他们的发言。因为是规定的时间是从8点50到10点40，10点40，应该是不到2个小时。我希望呢，就专家用8分钟时间来做一个你们的发言，剩的时间我们做互动。因为这8位专家，这个我们手册上都有介绍，我就不用时间再跟大家介绍了。我们按照排序，来一位一位来发言，讲出你们最主要的观点。那么第1位呢，我们请是薛桂芳教授，他是上海交通大学海员法学院教授。是您，谢老师请。
Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. First of all, I would like to express my greatest gratitude as I found out I'm the extremely fortunate person and all 5 persons. So I participated all the 5 symposiums. So I'm really grateful. I mean it, and to President Wu Shichun for having me here all the time. I really enjoy being here. And for today, I'm going to share the my recent completed paper on the BBNJ agreement and its impact on the fisheries management in the area beyond the national jurisdiction. So my main review is about the BBNJ. The newly concluded BBNJ agreement has the potential to facilitate fisheries management in the ABNJ. And basically, I just quickly looking at the existing fisheries management regime for the area, and then also the agreement and its linkages with fisheries, and then look at the potential, the details of this potential in facilitating fisheries management, and then possible pathways and concluding remarks. And if we look at the existing fisheries international laws, mainly the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, shortened as UNCLOS, and also the Fish Stock Agreement. All of them, actually, the other not listed here, they all emphasize cooperation among institutions, agencies, and to preserve or conserve the fisheries management. But the main force for the area, for the region, for the ABNJ, and mainly the regional fisheries management organizations, and they have their competence in making laws and regulations and particular management measures to conserve and manage the fisheries resources. And they have different focuses, or they have different functions. And some may be focused more on species. Some may provide general advisory kind of opinion or information, scientific information. And they, over the decades, they have established their status in the area. And these are just some of the RFMOs and the species-specific RFMOs. So we can see basically they cover all the area beyond the national jurisdiction. And we look at the newly concluded BBNJ agreement, we know it has mainly have 4 themes or thematic issues. And if you look at the detail of these issues, they are linked one way or another, or directly or indirectly, to fishery resources. So if you look at the very important kind of setting about not undermine, so we will see not undermine about the details or the logic behind this phrase is about not undermine the effect of the existing IFOs. So with this, we can see they all work together to how to deal with the issues or the challenges for the world fisheries crisis. And if you look at the details of the articles or the provisions of BBNJ agreement, it's sort of by format, you can see it separated the issue. But if you look at the definition, all the outcome of the management, you can see it's all linked, because we look at the biodiversity, mainly talking about marine living resources. So the existing setting and also the newly coming are going to be enforced, and they will work together actually towards the same direction or the same objectives, the same targets. But even the environmental impact assessment, setting up marine protected areas, if you look at all the fisheries management effective tools, they use that, particularly MPAs. They have been really the effective tool for the management of fishery resources within national jurisdiction or without. We use that, have been used that for decades. So I think the same for capacity building for the states, if they don't have the competent capacity, and they can take the opportunity with the BBNJ agreement to improve their capacity. So we look at based on this understanding, and if you look at the mechanism, we can find the BBNJ agreement will form a new mechanism coordinator and integrated RMO's operational practice, because they are more fragmented rather than the comprehensive. But with the new agreement, they will set up the conference of parties, and they will have a whole system, more comprehensive kind of regime setting to implement the regime. And they will integrate RFMO's operational practice in many different ways by sharing information and communication and things like that. So it's certain, in a way, it can function as a gap filler, fill up the gaps among the fragmented RFMO's management practices, and also the deficiencies because they are only the regional for the specific purpose rather than the holistic approach, and also can supplement RFMO's management deficiencies by they work on themselves rather than they work together. So these are the things that can be perfectly matched up by the RFMOs, the BBNJ agreement. So if you look at the possible pathways and for the agreement and also the existing regional fisheries RFMOs, they can identify in their cooperative areas by signing MOUs, and these have been practiced by many different organizations, and also can tackling emerging challenges in a better way through the COPs, the BBNJ COPs, and also promoting information sharing and exchange. That's probably the best way for protecting the fisheries resources and to achieve the sustainable biodiversity, sustainable use of biodiversity. So I think these are the ways for them to work together, and probably like I concluded here, like in the separate, because they have the inseparable connections from the definition from their goals of protection, and the BBNJ agreement can directly benefit the management of fisheries RFMOs, and also the cooperation provisions within the agreement, and also the existing RFMOs. They can stimulate the subsequent implementation coordination, and then they can indirectly benefit or facilitate the RFMO's management operations or the effectiveness for the RFMOs. And they work together, facilitate the fisheries management by unifying all the fragmented effort or sectors into probably up to a new stage. And we will look for that. And hopefully, I'm probably more optimistic, but we will see. We'll wait and see. With that, I concluded my presentation. Thank you very much.
谢谢薛教授。薛教授主要是这个阐述了正在签署，现在每个国家还没有公布来执行的 BBNJ。这个里面主要是对生物资源进行了全方面的规定，因为将来这个生物资源按照这个来做的话，应该会得到非常有效的保护。那么下面我们请周健是华央海洋研究中心的特聘研究员，也是我们以前的外交官。好，周老师请。
首先感谢这个就是吴世存那个院长那个的邀请啊，让我呢有这个机会呢在这做一个发言。我呢就是实际上呢曾经多次参加过这个中国跟周边国家的渔业谈判，参加过中韩渔业谈判，也参加过中日渔业谈判。另外呢，我也参加过那个就是中国跟越南在北部湾的那个划界工作，所以呢，我对这方面呢还是有一些体会。实际上呢，就是南海的渔业那个可持续发展呢，这是一个很重要的议题。那个进入本世纪以来呢，尽管呢南海呢还有一些风波，我觉得呢，南海总体上保持了和平与稳定，这个呢是中国和东盟国家共同努力的一个结果。那个实际上呢，这南海的和平稳定，中国和东盟国家从中受益良多，这也是我们本地区一直是世界上发展最快的地区之一。但是呢，现在呢，由于本地区的经济发展呢，实际上一些国家呢加大了对渔业的投入，在南海从事捕捞的作业船只的数量和规模呢，均获得了那个较大的增长。与此同时呢，南海的渔业资源状况呢，也是不断的恶化。从这个角度来说呢，这种面临的可持续发展面临的压力呢是非常严峻的。关于这一点呢，中国 越南、菲律宾、马来西亚学者呢，在不同的场合都注意到了这个现象，而学者们呢都一致呼吁呢，要建立地区的多边的渔业管理机制，包括呢生物资源养护机制，这样呢才能维持可持续的发展。然而呢，大家也都注意到一条，就是受制于呢南海地区存在的一些海洋争议，因为地区国家在推进这个方面呢，近些年来呢还是止步不前，没有什么这种情况呢，我认为呢是亟待改变。南海呢是我们沿岸3亿人口生存所需的蛋白质的主要来源，沿岸人民呢都是环南海而居啊。这个保护南海生物资源呢，不光关心到我们现代人的生计，也关心到呢，就是我们的子孙后代。从这个角度来说呢，就是我们应该呢，就是要做出一些努力。关于这个努力呢，最大的一个困难，都刚才已经说到了，主要是呢那个争议的问题，存在海上争议的问题。在这个方面呢，我觉得呢，就是最大的影响因素建立不起来的。但是我们对这个问题怎么认识呢？我觉得呢，这个争议由来已久，而且敏感复杂。大家也认识到，现在呢，就是一时半会呢还很难解决。在这种情况下呢，就是实际上呢，双方在政治上是有共识的。共识就是什么呢？要管控争议，保持自我克制。但是要做到这一点，并不是很容易。哎，最重要的一点，我就怎么做到这一点呢？在当前的情况下要做到这一点呢？最重要的就是各方可以保留自己有关南海有关的法律立场，可以保留，但是呢，要至少做到一点，避免采取单方面行动。我说单方面行动是争议复杂化呢，怎么是单方面行动呢？就是想把自己的海洋管辖权主张通过单方面行动强加给其他当事国，这种情况呢一定要避免。往往呢一方采取这种单方面行动的时候呢，往往是渔民是首当其冲。我们不能让我们国家之间的争议呢，让渔民渔船在南海首当其冲。哎，抓扣渔民渔船这种，我觉得呢，这个呢是一个怎么样管控争议，为就是渔业合作呢开创一个较好的环境，这方面是第一条。第二条呢，我建议呢，就是当事国呢要通过协商呢，还是要对南海的资源总体的状况做一个评估。怎么评估呢？我觉得要分2步走。第一步呢是要加强沿海国科学家之间的交流，就南海生态环境和渔业资源状况呢做出一个评估。这个呢，就合作沿海国可以开做合作事项呢提出建议。第二步呢，还是要沿海国呢通过协商组织1-2个航次的，就是或者说组织一些航次的南海资源全面的普查，对南海资源总体状况呢做一个摸底，做一个这个呢很重要，做一个系统的评估，科学的系统的评估，这样呢才能为我们各国呢制定有关南海的政策呢，就是提供一个就是参考。第3个呢，就是要在资源评估的基础上呢，协调各国的海洋生物资源养护和渔业生产管理的政策。这个呢不妨碍各国在保留自己的这个呢，我可能觉得第一步可能是要协调各国国内法有关生物资源养护和和渔业产业政策这方面呢协调，在各自还不止。第二步呢，才是呢但是呢，各国国内法可以各国各自采取行动，哎，自主的采取行动。像中国像这个休渔这种定期的休渔保护措施，我觉得不但中国已经做了，其他沿海国呢在同一时期可能呢也通过自己的国内法也可以做。这个呢是我们保护我们共同的资源。另外呢，第4个，在上述的基础上，各自行动的基础上，我们还是要通过平等协商来建立符合本地区人民根本利益的多边的管理机制探讨。这个呢，我觉得呢，因为从这个角度来说呢，实际上呢，国际法为南海沿海生物资源养护呢提供了充分的依据。首先呢，就争议本身来说，公约要求 联合国海洋法公约规定了沿海国那个协议划界的义务。协议划界的义务呢，包括谈判的义务、保持克制的义务、划界问题解决前尽一切努力做出实际安排的义务等。另外呢，我们各方达成的那个南海各方行为宣言呢，也要求争议当事国呢通过谈判解决。各方也承诺不采取争端复杂化的行动，并就控制争议和推动务实合作呢进行必要的合作。另外呢，从公约的实践来看呢，世界上各个地区那个的沿海国在这个保护生物资源养护方面进行合作，那个维护这个渔业可持续发展问题上呢，都有不同的合作机制建立了。实际上，中国在南黄海，在黄海，在那个东海，我们跟韩国、跟那个日本之间也存在着有关那个海洋划界的争议啊。我们呢，即使在这种情况下，我们也建立了渔业协定，建立了海上秩序。另外呢，就是还有一条呢，就是公约关于半壁海那个国家半壁海国家沿岸国合作的义务，实际上呢，也为我们开展多边渔业合作提供了一个很好的法律基础。从这个角度来说呢，我最后应该说一句呢，就是我们不能等到争议解决了再来。南海的资源状况呢，亟待我们呢，就是是需要我们呢现在就开始做出努力，现在就往这个方向走。谢谢。
好，谢谢周老师。南海渔业捕捞过度，但中国的休渔措施、限制网具和额度是一个很好的做法。我想这些都是可以复制和模仿的。那么下面请我们线上的王大海教授，他是澳大利亚布伦港大学国家资源与安全研究中心教授，请王老师线上啊。
好，大家好，我是王大海，吴世谦教授 ，Hello， 谢谢你的邀请。我看到我的老朋友水北方教授，不好意思，现在我在山羊。Okay, so I want to talk about seabed mining. There is a lot of attention focused on the area, the deep seabed managed by the International Seabed Authority. And China is at the front of countries interested in seabed mining. But I also want to talk about the South China Sea, Nanhai, and seabed mining, because there's also a lot of interest in that. And this is of particular interest to China, which has interest in resources there and also has a lot of technical capability. So what I'm interested in is, what are the expectations when we get to the stage of having seabed mining, about how it will be managed? Will it be approved, regulated, and managed? And will it be in accordance with international expectations for good environmental practice? So, putting aside any of the tricky issues about sovereignty in Nanhai, we can imagine there'll be a day where there's going to be commercial opportunities for seabed mining, and all countries will be interested to make sure it's being conducted in accordance with sound environmental practices. So that means there needs to be a legal regime around that. Now, on the one hand, this is all down to domestic law. So, for example, if China conducts commercial seabed mining in Nanhai, that'll be regulated under its own environmental laws. But there are also increasing expectations that however the ocean environment is going to be used, it meets up with or fulfills international expectations under customary law. And even the developments for the deep seabed area, ABNJ, through the ISA, that has influence in how domestic regimes should be established, and also the BBNJ treaty. So the issues, of course, sovereignty is a tricky issue, but we also need to think about the whole framework for management. How will a country go about deciding the conditions under which seabed mining in the South China Sea can be conducted? So this means considering the type of activity before it is approved, considering the environmental consequences, how those environmental consequences can be minimized, and also increasing our scientific knowledge base about the impact of human activities for seabed mining, the impacts of those on the ocean environment. So there's an information sharing dimension to this. So this takes us to the well-established process of environmental impact assessment that has been around in some places in the world for 50 years. And this is the main part of any country's domestic environmental law. Most countries have EIA in one form or another, including China, of course. And the main steps for this is first to screen, if before any activity is being conducted, what sort of activities might we need to look at further to see whether a full EIA is required. And when we get to that point, what type of environmental impacts need to be studied, and how do we go about doing that and writing up the final report. And this will then inform any decision that is made about project approval. So whether mining goes ahead or whether it goes ahead in a different location or whether it goes ahead at a smaller scale, the EIA process is designed to help with those questions before the main decision has been made. So EIA is not necessarily stopping seabed mining, not at all. It is making sure decisions about seabed mining are informed. So some of the principles that we see coming out of international jurisprudence for transboundary environmental impact assessment, what we see with the rules being developed by the International Seabed Authority for ABNJ, what we see in the EIA process that's been established separately under the BBNJ agreement that was previously mentioned. We have various principles that are highlighted. And one is that a process should be transparent. So if there is to be an activity, that the scientific assessment of that activity is done in accordance with solid scientific information, and that information is shared. There's also expectations that the type of the way in which environmental impacts are assessed is done using the best technology. So if there's going to be, for example, environmental models built to replicate the ocean environment, that the latest, most expensive, best scientific models are used because they're going to be more accurate than older technology. And we also have expectations that there's going to be genuine commitment to considering environmental values and environmental principles. So one of the key principles here is the precautionary principle, so that in fact the whole EIA process really is precautionary. It is doing an environmental study before a serious decision is made about doing seabed mining. And that should mean that if a activity goes through this process and it's seen to be acceptable, that gives it a lot of support. The EIA process actually supports the conduct of the seabed mining because it's only being conducted after sound environmental studies have been completed. But it also means there should be openness to consider what comes out of the EIA report and about if there are environmental concerns, how those concerns can be considered in project approval to make sure the environmental risk is reduced. And sometimes that could be relocating where the mining is going to take place, or the scale, or the technology, or it simply could be approving what has been planned, but is imposing a rigorous monitoring system so that anything that goes wrong can be detected straight away and measures can be taken. So what should China and other states do that are interested in seabed mining? Well, my suggestion is that now is the perfect time for countries like China to have a fresh look at their environmental impact assessment legislation and to see how well it aligns with these evolving and increasing standards at the international level, through the standards increasing through customary international law, and what we can see in the more precise rules for the ISA and the BBNJ, even though they're applying outside Nam High. But there is an expectation, even if China does seabed mining in areas beyond national jurisdiction, if it elects to go through its EIA process domestically, that does not have to match all the expectations in the BBNJ agreement, but there is a more expectation that they will align. So this is a perfect timing for all countries interested in seabed mining to have a fresh look at their domestic EIA legislation to see how well it matches up with these expectations. And this includes issues such as how well the science is going to be conducted and how that scientific information will be shared. Some things might be commercially sensitive, other things will not be. So on this point number 5, my suggestion is that this means there needs to be an increase in regional dialogue by a scientific and also political in the sense about once we understand the environmental impacts of mining, well, what level is acceptable to us in the region? So final thoughts is, can we imagine one day there will be commercial seabed mining in some areas of the South China Sea? And if so, what is the legal framework around that? Is it matching up with international expectations? So having a process now to revise and have a fresh look at domestic EIA processes is a good plan, I think. So that's why I say, Chunra Datie, strike while the iron's hot. It's a great opportunity now for countries to refresh their environmental law. 谢谢你们。
谢谢王德海教授，这个时间掌握的非常好。他主要是讲呢，这个海底资源开采要符合，一个是 BBNJ， 一个是国际海洋管理局的有关规定。国际海洋管理局的开采的详细的技术标准还没出来，因为这个标准基金会也给予了支持，我们也参与了，还没出来。他也希望中国在南海开采或在管辖海域外开采，不光是要遵守中国的严格的标准，还要和国际的标准相对接。据我了解，中国的也在制定深海的开采的标准，这个标准我们现在应该说是高于国际标准，还要严格。这是因为我参与了这个事，我知道这个事还要严格。好，谢谢大海教授。下面还有一位线上，欢迎再讲。下面还是那个也是在线上，哈里森普拉达特教授，这是美国国际战略研究中心亚洲海洋透明创意这个副主任。下面请哈里森教授。对，已经在线上了，请。
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you so much to Dr. Wu for inviting me today. I'm going to be sharing my slides here. Perfect. So I'm going to be talking a little bit today about some work that we've done at CSIS and at the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, looking at environmental threats in the South China Sea. And this is based on a report that we published 1 year ago, but I have some updates and some additional information here from that report. So we use a lot of satellite imagery to look at the South China Sea, and we've used it in this project to look at activities by claimants that are damaging the marine environment. And so the first activity that we discussed is island building. In the South China Sea, all claimants have created new land on features that they occupy to expand their capabilities. But when they create that land, that has an environmental cost. The reefs in the South China Sea are coral reefs that support an incredibly diverse ecosystem, a biodiverse ecosystem. And so every time this dredging activity takes place, reefs are lost permanently. So there's two main ways that the island building is done. Historically, it was done with a land-based technique, which is what you see on the left here, where basic construction equipment, excavators or clamshell dredgers are used to pick up material and they drive it back to the area where they want to expand the landmass. But in more recent years, we've seen the use instead of cutter suction dredging, which is what you see on the right. And these are large ships that have cutter heads that dig into the reef and then they transfer that material through a hose back to the area that's being expanded. So here's a picture of Subi Reef. This is from 2015, I believe. And this is during China's expansion of Subi Reef and building of the artificial island there. So in the center of the lagoon here at Subi Reef, you can see the cutter suction dredgers dredging up material, and then that's going onto the side of the reef. You can also see in the water these clouds of white sand or sediment. That is the reason that cutter suction dredging is so damaging to the environment, because this material spreads and it actually damages coral in areas beyond what is actually being touched by the construction activity. We can see in this next picture, Vietnam has also been using cutter suction dredging in the past few years, very recently, to build its outposts in the South China Sea. So this is Bark Canada Reef, where Vietnam is building a new airstrip, and this large landmass was created with cutter suction dredging. And so for that report last year, we looked at satellite imagery and we measured all the areas of reef that have been destroyed by dredging or land reclamation and island building. We found that China at that time had conducted the most dredging, and over 4,500 acres of land were destroyed in that process. Many of the other claimants had dredged very little, done very little land reclamation in comparison. But Vietnam recently has been accelerating. The current number is likely that green area. We would estimate right now that there are over 3,000 acres of reef have been destroyed by Vietnamese island building. But based on their activities in the past few years, I would guess that when they are done, it will probably be at a similar level to the amount of dredging that China has done in the South China Sea. The second activity that we talked about in this report is giant clam harvesting. So giant clams, if you're in Hainan, you probably are familiar, but there's a market in China for giant clam jewelry and statuary. And historically, the center of that industry was in Tanmen in Hainan. China banned the sale of giant clam shells in 2017. And so a lot of that activity died down. But before then, we saw big damage to a lot of reefs in the South China Sea from giant clam harvesting. So these images are from Fiery Cross Reef, Subi Reef, and Mischief Reef, which were all later turned into artificial islands. But before that happened, they were completely covered by these giant clam scars that happen when they use boats to dig into the reef. And similar to dredging, it creates clouds of material that it damages not just where they're touching, but also the surrounding coral and surrounding marine life. At AMTI, we used satellite imagery in 2019. We saw some additional giant clam scarring happening in the Paracel Islands, and also at Scarborough Shoal, where we saw even areas that had previously already been cut into. On the left, you see the old marks. On the right, you see the new marks that were added by recent activity in 2019. Now, since 2019, we have not seen new scarring of the reefs in this method, using this method to harvest the giant clams. But when you look at the scale of reef that has been damaged by giant clam harvesting, it's actually much greater than what has been done by island building. So in some ways, it's more damaging. Now, I do want to point out that China is not the only country known to harvest giant clams. It was the only country known to use that method of digging into the reef in that way. But in the Philippines, more recently, there have been seizures by police of large quantities of giant clamshells. So this table here is a record of seizures since 2019 through 2021. Some of them really large volumes of giant clams. And in some of these instances, there have been foreign buyers that were part of this kind of supply chain. They were not able to trace back to which country or uncover these networks fully. But basically, since giant clamshell trade is illegal, it's now developing into an illicit wildlife trade similar to ivory or other banned materials. So just to finish up, island building is a geopolitical decision, first and foremost. And so environmental concerns often come second, but there is a cost to building those islands and expanding those islands. And so claimants should consider doing joint research or doing research on the areas that they occupy and sharing the results of that research on the health of coral reef systems. The more we know about their health, the more we know about what the real consequences of these activities are. And then finally, the Philippines and China, and probably others in the region who are probably part of the networks, should consider cooperation on fighting the illegal giant clam trade. I'll end it there. Thank you so much.
好，谢谢哈里森教授。哈里森教授对南海的填岛，包括贝壳的一些销售，非常有研究、有关注，非常感谢。关于他今天提到了南海的猪皮礁的填海，因为这个，资源参与填海之前的资料的提供，填海之后的这个环境的监测，我也参与过。应该说，我们填海基本上都是用的这些白化的珊瑚礁，也就是死亡的珊瑚礁。我们当时选的都是这个。所以呢，我希望他可能没去现场，他是用卫星图片上看到的，所以事实上是白化的珊瑚礁。那么我们填完以后，我们又做了很多生态的改善。那么现在的监测，我们通过种植，还有一些别的方面的一些措施修复，比以前更加茂盛。所以这是现实情况。关于贝壳，中国基本上都是不是野生，全是养殖，全是养殖，也不是南海来的，都是近海。对。那么下面请是我们首雅迪教授。他是印尼国家研究与创新研究院生态与民族生物学研究中心首席科学家。请佘老师。
谢谢 ，Thank you very much for the moderator. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to talk about the mangrove ecosystem. Yesterday and this morning we talked about the oceans and then go to the coral reef, and now we move to the end. We talk about the mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia. You can see here, I do economic valuation and also assessment of blue carbon in the mangrove ecosystems. Yes, we know that Indonesia is the habitat of the largest habitat of mangrove in the world, and also the mega biodiversity of mangrove in the world. But Indonesia also face tremendous threats of mangrove, for example, deforestation, pollution, especially plastic and oil spills, and also climate change and biodiversity declines. For
example, here, Sekarang Zone in the central Java, Indonesia, we can see here is the largest habitat of mangrove in Java. And then this area also experience massive ecosystem degradations due to land clearing and also pollution. And then in this research, I use some methods. For example, here is JS and remote sensing. So we use spatial data and also soil sample collection and socioeconomic survey, and then facilitation for and also experiments, because we have to address a lot of things in this research. We can see here that there is trifoliate expansion. For example, here mangrove trees is decreased from mangrove trees area decreased from 5,000 around 5 to 4,000. In other hand, we can see that there is trifoliata increase from 2,000 to 3,000 hectare on about 2 or 24% per year. So the high increase located in the west area of the legend. For example, here we can see that the brown one is the terrace or understory, you can see. And then next, this is 2000, 2010, and then 2020. We can see that massive expansion of terrace or invasive species. The mechanism of the terrace expansion is, we can see here that deforestation in the uplands cause the erosions, and then the soil erosion go to the coastal area, so sediment accretions and then nutrient enrichment. For example, in here, these activities influences ecological system, and then people in the area also cut the forest, and then we can see here that they move to this. There is grow in this area, and then the water we can see decrease. We can see here that water body in the legend decreased significantly once the environmental change. For example, in here in 1857, this is 2020, this is decreased a lot, and then consequently the socio-economic also changed. For example, here before 1975, all of people in this area, their house above the water, then now their house on the land. And consequently, their profession also changed from as a fisherman now as a farmer. We can see the dairies is like this. You can see mangrove is like this, and then they try to kill the mangrove forest, mangrove trees, and then they also have a very high seed dispersal and seed productivity. Okay, my time is running out. Yes, we can see here that our vegetation analysis and risk analysis that there is trifoliata expansion is in the position of high risk. So we have to do something to do this one. And we can see that there is trifoliata not only occur in the Sekarang but also in the many places in Indonesia. If the environment change, this can trigger the expansion of the terrace. And how about the carbon stock? We can see here that the carbon stock of terrace is lower than mangrove trees, both in below ground and above ground carbon stock. And we can see here the highest carbon pools is trees, nipa, and then woody debris. We can see that also in the terrace also carbon trees also significant as a carbon pools. But if we see in the soil carbon profile, we can see that there is mangrove trees and other class of mangrove cover in the ecosystem have a similar profile from surface to the 1 meter depth of the soil. And we can see here the age of the sediment or the carbon between surface until to 24 depth. Yes, they have a similar age as mangrove trees and also terrace area. But under 24 centimeters, there is the age of carbon or sediment is
older than the mangrove trees. This means that terrace is previously is mangrove forest and then replaced by terrace. And then we can see that the total carbon is much lower than mangrove trees. And then this equivalent to around 1,600 milligram per hectare. So this is the carbon stock is very high in mangrove trees compared to the terrace. Then if we following the economic valuation, carbon price Indonesia $5 per ton, we can see that per unit area of terrace is about $103 per hectare. This is much lower than trees, but this we use on the economic valuation of carbon price in Indonesia. If we use, for example, Europe standard may be higher than this one. And why the restoration or conservation is important? Because if we avoid the mangrove loss, we can reduce about 12 to 32% of the annual emission in Indonesia from land use sector. And then if we restoring this one, because Indonesia government, they have a target to restore about more than 600 hectares, so we can increase the carbon stock. So the take-home message for this talk is early warning system in or anticipation of the dominoes effect of environmental change, for example, from the uplands to the coastal ecosystem and then to infrastructure, for example, and deforestation is very important because they influence the local economics, local economic and also their livelihood. So this we have to need to anticipate this, because we know that prevention is much better than cure, because this is complicated if we have to do this one. And secondly, blue carbon ecosystem restoration and conservation, this should be considered for example, ecosystem balance, for example, invasive species, and then biodiversity and local economies. Just second, and then integration of the coastal upland, for example, or coastal and upland co-management is crucial to address environmental challenge and important for good governance of the both coastal and okay, this is reference, and thank you very much for listening.
好，谢谢周教授。他主要讲到横树林的破坏，通过蓝碳经济价值来算，是对横树林破坏是非常不可算的。横树林既是蓝碳的这个飞基地，也是生物多样性的飞基地。横树林应该说，中国这些年在世界上是横树林竞争面积的少数国家之一，所以在横树林的修复政策方面，基金会中国有非常多的经验，希望周教授可以开展和中国合作。那么，中国海洋发展基金会去年与印尼海洋事务渔业部签了一个协议，我们正在印尼的新首都做海洋空间规划，包括横树林的修复。从这开始慢慢在覆盖，所以到时候可以加强合作。那么下面请王学峰教授，他是广东海洋大学教授，水生生物博物馆馆长，请王老师。
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here and share with our recent progresses in thinking about the fisheries in South China Sea. Today, my topic is promoting the blue partnership in the South China Sea. I want to share our collaborative efforts by CIFRA and Chinese researchers. My topic will cover 3 points. The one, the fishery status and the challenges of South China Sea. We all know that the South China Sea is one of the most important fishing areas globally. It provides 15% to 56% of the animal protein for local populations. Also, the fisheries play a crucial role in economic growth and employment for coastal countries. The South China Sea is the home to more than 3,000 fish species which represented 22% of the globally reported fish species. The challenges now the fishery resources face the first one, the overfishing pressure, is driven by the high market seafood demand. So the risks of resource collapse is more urgent to be solved. It's reported that 70% of the fish stocks have declined since the 1950s. The FAO reported our sustained yield in South China Sea is about 3 million tons, but now the annual catch is 3.4 to 3.8 million tons. See, the overfishing threatens further depletion and resources extinction also threaten the marine ecosystems. The third challenge is the lack of cooperations. I mean, there's still a big gap between the actual needs for fisheries management and the level of cooperation among the countries now. So as for the fisheries management studies, still need to require multidimensional policies and the regional cooperations. That's just mentioned by Mr. Zhou. So in 2016, the Minister of Agriculture, Han Changfu, mentioned that the most urgent task now is reduce fishing efforts to allow resources to recover. Then we can plan the quota-based fishing for sustainable utilization. As for the quota-based systems, many factors we need to be considered, like biological, environmental, socio-economic factors we need to trade off. So there's still a long way to put the quota-based systems into our fisheries management practices. As for the transboundary fisheries, I mean the migratory fish species in South China Sea, it aligns with the shared goals of sustainable resources among the coastal nations. As the fish, they only respect the national boundaries, and then they never understand our disputes or to resolve by the humans. And no one country can address these threats alone. So that's why we need international cooperations, because the fish migratory in the whole sea areas. Secondly, I would like to share with the CIFRA our efforts and achievements. Luckily, I joined this kind of work. The CIFRA, their initiative is we need a sustained, structured, and practical cooperations that prioritize issues that one country cannot solve by their own. The CIFRA is a joint analysis undertaken by scientists from China, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, and Vietnam, which is supported by Center for Humanitarian Dialogue since 2018. Yeah. During the 4 years, we cooperated and finished the skipjack tuna fish status. So we call it the regional fish management organizations. This our report is published by the other countries. So this Mr. Wu mentioned that we need to the fisheries management as a foundation for maritime cooperations. So the next prospect is we call for the establishment of South China Sea Fisheries Science Working Group. Because the fisheries stock assessment needs systematic field surveys, biological experiments, So that's can improve the model reliability and accuracy, and it can support more for fisheries management strategies for every country. A good example is the scientists can act faster and more accurate than government work. The blue transformation information in action is this year by FAO. But the blue partnership has been unused since 2018 by CIFR. In China, South China Sea have so many micro fishes, common fishes. We need to pay more attention. We already checked this tuna, and in the 14 years we will do this squid and another kind of tuna, carota. We will do this work. So that's all. Thank you very much.
你还节约了1分钟啊，谢谢你。对，讲得非常好。这个海是蓝海的这个渔业普罗沟斗，它需要后在修渔，特别是国际合作来解决这些问题。那么科学家应该站在更前沿的研究，实证鱼类现在有的减得非常厉害，所以我们要关注这个事。那么接下来请李树果教授，他是海南省环境科学研究院研究员，请。
好，谢谢主持人，谢谢吴院长、池院长和王胜院长。你们3位院长是我们非常尊敬的这个海南在海洋领域做工作的领导者吧。然后我今天主要跟大家交流的这个题目是社区驱动的海洋塑料治理的一个实践，利用这个在去年的5月份吧，我收到了一个欧盟大使先生给我来的一封邮件，然后他邀请我和我的团队去北京参加这个欧洲日。那最后我请我的团队和一位渔民去到了北京，然后这位大使先生见到我们的渔民，然后跟他握手，第一句话就说 "You are a hero"。所以接下来我可能用这不到8分钟的时间跟大家讲一下这个图片的故事。大家肯定有很多 why 在问。那接下来的话，其实这个故事得从就是上个世纪50年代开始吧。那从上个世纪50年代到现在，不到70年的时间，其实我们人类已经产生了，大家可以看到，已经产生了92亿吨的塑料，其中63亿吨的塑料已经成为这个塑料垃圾，而且我们每年有大概1000万吨的这个塑料进入海洋，成为海洋垃圾。那我们经过这70多年的累积，我们海洋里的这个塑料已经非常的这个之大。那海洋塑料这个危害啊，这些大家都是其实网络啊，包括科学家现在已经做了很多工作，它对我们的海洋生态系统、我们依赖的这些物种以及我们人类自身产生了非常大的这个危害。那几个这个 Science 啊这篇文章，最早的研究海洋塑料通量的这个文章，它有讲说大概是每年是1000万吨的这个塑料。那后面大家用了更加多样的这个数据，证明全球大概是100多条河流贡献了这个很大的这个塑料通量。那就是因为它到了海里以后，其实这个塑料它是降解速度非常之慢，生存上百年以及上千年。那所以我们海洋里有了大量的这个塑料这个存量。那现在是用UNEP它做了一个报告，大概估计了一下，最高可以达到1.99亿吨的这个塑料存量。那这些塑料其实大家都可以清楚知道，就是大概大家不知道有没有在外面跑步看海滩湾，我们海面上实际上是很干净的。那实际上我们这些塑料在海面上它存在的数量不足2%，它实际上大多数塑料都到了这个水柱以及海底。那大家看的海面很干净，实际上后面我可以有图给展示大家看看，就是这个海洋里的塑料到底有多么的这个严重。那这张图片是一个巴拿马海滩上的一个塑料，那这个是我们红树林海草、盐沼以及珊瑚礁 生态系统里的塑料。那这个就是我们港口以及海底的一些这个塑料的图片。那实际上我们现在海洋塑料治理是面临着这个去重量和减增量的这种双重难题，需要我们更多的利益群体进行这个活动。那就前几天吧，应该25号，那我们这个印克五也在韩国釜山召开了这个新一轮的这个研讨会，企图建立这个全球的这个禁塑令。那我们这个联合国环境规划署这位执行主任，他也在当时做了报告，他说用1000天的谈判来结束1000年的这个塑料污染。那现在的话，我们就走不到谈判桌的，我们这些海洋生态保护的群体，我们是该做点什么呢？我们是等待还是抱怨还是望洋兴叹呢？实际上在做这些事情的时候，我们要进行一些深度的思考，就是要科学的去治理这个塑料。在思考的过程中，我和我的团队就在思考，那谁在海上长期作业，他们也同时深受这个塑料垃圾的困扰。那谁能便利捕捞的这个塑料垃圾？那谁与海洋环境是日日相伴的、唇齿相依的？另外，就是我们很多国际上的争论都对我们渔民的这个游离渔网提出了这个诟病。那昨天上午大家也讲了，我们是对抗呢，还是对话呢，还是合作呢？那其实这里头我们可以选择我们需要途径来解决这个问题。那我们也对这个渔场打垃圾，就是渔民参与这个做了可行性的研究。那就我们海南来讲，它实际上有拖网、张网、流刺网、围网，还有其他的一些这个捕捞作业方式。那么我发现很多这个网具它是可以捕捞到塑料的。那所以其实我们这个工作说简单，其实也很简单。那过去呢，然后这些塑料到了渔民的网里，他们是选择把鱼留在船上，把塑料丢回海洋。那我们现在通过一系列的机制，就鼓励渔民把这个塑料鱼带回来，塑料也带回来，鱼带到市场去卖，塑料交给我们来进行处理。那在这个过程中，其实记者经常问我，那你海南在做这个事情，是不是你打捞的越多，证明我们海南泄露到海洋里的塑料最多呢？我经常告诉记者，大海它是这个流动的，它是一个整体的。那所以说，海洋塑料是没有国界的。我们打捞的塑料可能来自越南，可能来自其他的国家，也可能来自美国、欧洲，因为这个塑料它随着洋流在进行的。那刚才也讲了，我们这些存量是亟待处理的，而且我们渔船打捞垃圾的话，它是绿色可持续的，它不需要额外的这个资金。财政大额的投入，以及它也不需要我们买了船然后再去打捞的这些这个排放。那所以我们工作的话也是有几个原则，我们首先不打扰这个渔民的日常这个生产，另外的话我们也把渔民这个爱海护海的情怀充分的把它激发出来，另外我们也给渔民提供一定的这个便利条件和基础保障。那这个就是刚才那个渔民，他叫钟枪兵，他是我的第一位这个志愿者。其实我们这个工作特别的简单，就是渔民把这个塑料带回来，然后我们再发动社区的这个老百姓再协助我们把它收集起来，把分类计数，然后再把这个收塑料的这个袋子，收塑料袋子，我想可能给大家介绍一下。就图上这个图上这个老奶奶今年是87岁，她一直坚持为我们分制塑料袋将近3年，以及差不多快4年了，她一直坚持帮我们分。对，现在我们这个行动的话，在海南岛已经到了第6个渔港，现在发动了大概是630艘渔船，将近220位渔民参加我们这个行动。那实际上我们有1个志愿者到10个，现在已经发展到更多的志愿者，每天都在清理这些海底里的这些塑料。这个是我去年和一位渔民一起出海，就打捞回来的塑料。然后这个是大概是当时我们装到那个蓝色的袋子里，大概有10来袋，大家可以看一下。因为这些塑料的话，它是各种就是什么样的种类，大家能够想到的，其实它都能够看得到。当时不瞒大家说，当时我看到这些塑料和鱼在船上，大家在一起的时候，我其实当时是流了泪的。 这是我们渔民的这些打捞塑料，我们做了一个动画。这个我们的就是刚才那位第1名志愿者也获得了诸多的荣誉，比如说海南省的这个海南好人10大年度人物，然后也获得了我们生态环境部的100名优秀志愿者。那在去年的时候，我们也推荐他去参加了这个国庆招待晚宴，和我们的省领导邻桌在就餐。那另外的话，我们这个本身这个活动实际上也是得到了国家发改委以及生态环境部的这个优秀案例。那讲到这儿的话，大家可能就知道我这个故事不知道讲没讲明白。就是我到了我们这种基层的这个科研单位的话，我们总觉得政策很多，大家都在讨论，在商讨。那实际上我觉得应该是行动第一条。感谢大家聆听。
谢谢，谢谢李教授，你这个行动非常重要，也非常有意义。这个基金会全国净坛行动有10万志愿者，希望到时候把你这个志愿者纳入到基金会里面去，再给予资助。大家知道，塑料是世界最重要的发明，它跟人类社会进步带来了巨大的作用，跟百姓的生活的方便带来巨大的作用。但是现在又成为我们这个污染的最重要的源，所以怎么来解决它都在研究。我希望大家还要关注微塑料，特别是这个化妆品里面的含塑。化妆品里面有塑料涂在脸上，再洗完脸到下水道，最后再到海洋，再生物再吸纳，这个作用这个危害更大。所以大家关注塑料。那么下面请我们最后一位叫吴恰儿，这个是中国水产科学研究院南海研究所所长，吴老师请。
我怎么撞这？好，非常感谢南海院的这个邀请。我今天给大家分享目的是中国的渔业资源主要养护措施和这个合作展望。那么我们中国的这个政府特别重视这个渔业资源养护，那么这几十年来出台了一系列的这个养护措施。那么第一个是休渔制度，我们从1995年就在这个黄中海开始这个休渔。到了这个现在已经是几十年了，我们的南海的休渔是在1999年。那么休渔以来，我们的这个休渔的这个程度、还有区域、广度和时间跨度的不断的扩大。那么从最开始的休渔是只休渔这个拖网，那么现在是除了钓具以外，所有的这个作业类型都必须休渔。那么我们这个不光是这个海洋的休渔，我们还扩展到这个我们的江河的休渔。那么现在我们长江还有这个10年的休渔。那么我们还在公海也从这个2020年，我们也在公海实行了这个休渔。那么第二个就是我们的这个减产制度。那么从87年我们就开始实行了这个双控制度。那么从这个2010年，我们的全国的渔船是从这个有106万艘，到2022年我们是减到了51万艘，减少了大概是52%。那么第三个就是这个限额捕捞制度。那么从2017年，我国在浙江、山东先后实行了这个单品种的经济品种的这个限额捕捞制度。那么目前在全国的开展了15个品种的这个限额捕捞试点。那么第四个就是我们的一个每年的加强的这个执法力度，降解处理这个三无渔船。那么从这个2023年的这个中国一共亮相了共清理洗涤这个三无渔船是1.8万艘，违规的渔具是83.7万张，没收一批这个
尾基的这个广计。那么第5是一个制度，就是最小网目尺度这个尺寸。那么我们国家颁布了关于实施海洋捕捞准用遗迹和过渡遗迹的最小网目尺寸制度。那么第6个就是水产种子资源保护区制度。那么我们国家目前共划定水产种子资源保护区是11批，共500多个。那么我们这个自然资源部还建立了这个200多个不同层级的水生野生动物自然保护区。那么第7个就是这个增殖眼放流制度。我们从13五即将累计放流各类水生生物是1900多亿尾，那么14五期间大概应该是保持在1500亿尾的这个标准。那么第8个就是海洋牧场的建设。那么截止到2023年，我们国家已经投入海洋牧场建设资金大概有100多个亿，建成的海洋牧场有300多个，用海面积超过3000平方公里。那么第10个就是涉海工程的这个补偿制度。那么2023年，我们国家共对156个涉海工程建设项目对海渔业资源的环境影响进行了专题论证，审核通过了129个，落实这个用海企业的生态补偿资金是46.5亿，那么有效的保护了水生生物资源和水域生态环境。那么第11个就是我们支持这个捕捞渔船更新改造为这个休闲渔船。那么第12个就是将我们原来的这个财务补贴制度调整为资源养护制度，那么更有效的这个保护我们的渔业资源。那么第13个就是建立以渔村集体为受益者的政府项目模式。那么以前我们政府的项目基本上是补贴这个给企业什么，现在我们就是要求我们的渔民参与到企业，以成立这个合作社的形式来承担这些项目的建设。那么最后一个就是建立以渔港为依托的这个渔业闭环管理新机制。那么将包括建立渔业务并港上岸驻港监督、船员违规记分、船舶禁止港报制度等等一些制度来加强我们的渔业的捕捞的制度。那么最后一个分享一个我们的合作的一些东西。我觉得我们这个面对南海，我们可以开展一些具体的合作。那么第一个就是共同的联合执法。那么我们国家从2025年和越南是签署了有这个联合巡逻的这个协议。那么到目前为止是进行了有联合执法，应该是有26次。那么我们可以借鉴我们中越的做法，在我们的这个开展一些联合执法的共同打击 IUU。那么第二个就是共同渔期，可以我们国家和这个海域相关的国家其实他们的渔船的作业习惯和作业其实是相似的，我们可以借鉴像我们跟越南的划定的这个共同渔期的这种做法，来划定一些共同渔期，来制定一些相同一些日渔标准啊等等，来开展一些合作。那么第3个就是联合科考。那么我们中越北部湾共同渔期的渔业资源联合调查是从06年到18年，那么中越双方在北部湾开展了59个航次的联合调查，召开了18次的专家组会议。那么通过这个联合调查和专家谈判，为每年的这个共同渔期中越双方的日渔提供了科学依据。那么第4个就是联合这个增值放流。那么我们从16年，中国政府和越南是签订了这个在北部湾开展这联合增值放流活动的。那么从17年到今年，我们先后是6次在中越边境开展这个联合增值放流。那么从这个联合增值放流的效果评估来看，投入产出比是1比5.59，那么使这个北部湾 中越两国的渔民分享了这个我们放流的这个效果。那么我们可以借鉴中越这个联合松竹放流的成功经验，在西沙或南沙岛礁开展中越、中非、中马、中印等的这个联合松竹放流活动。那么第六个就是单品种的降饵捕捞猪肉，我们可以借鉴我们国家现在已经开展了一些联合这个单品种的降饵捕捞猪肉。我们建议在南海周边国家选择南海的一些品种，如鱿鱼类、江类，开展一种单品种的降饵捕捞，以保护相应的这个渔业资源。那么最后一个就是这个共同休渔，这个我们国家是从95年开始休渔，已经接近这个30年了。但是周边国家因为各种原因都没有响应我们这个，但是我们中国政府对休渔是非常有决心和信心的，也为了这个也树立我们这个富人的这个渔业大国的这个形象。那么我们也参与周边国家可以跟我们一起进这个南海进行一个联合休渔。我分享这么多，谢谢大家。
好，谢谢吴老师。刚才吴老师介绍的14条渔业的措施，可以说这14条严格的措施，这个大力促进了中国的渔业资源可持续发展。刚才讲的这个合作展望，有的正在做，特别是和中越正在做，包括是政治放流。那么后面一些我们争取大家来做，我想即使大家不做，中国作为一个负责任大国，还得坚持做下去。那么根据时间是到10点40，现在还有一些时间，还有40的话还有10分钟，我们大家可以做一个互动，特别感兴趣的问题提出来，我们在座的专家做一个简要的回答。好，请你说，有话筒吗？对，没有话筒，你上来说一下可以的，对，你上来吧，有没有话筒的话？对。
Thank you, Chair. And I have a comment to Mr. Harrison's presentation. I'm not quite sure Mr. Harrison can see me because last December, we paid a visit to the CSIS and talk about the South China Sea issue, especially on your report on the maritime protection. And from my view, in the past few years, there are lots of scientific theses and papers has been published on the issue of coral reef protection in the South China Sea. But the conclusion is quite different. I think you may know that because that issue should be based on the quite complicated scientific investigation and data collection. Satellite images, to some extent, it may reveal some facts prima facie in the South China Sea, but also it may bring some misleadings due to the limitation of the scientific method. As to the giant clam issue catching, I think in the past few years, the Chinese government, both from central and the local level, have taken a serious actions and legislation, law enforcement. So situations here is quite difficult compared with many years ago. I noticed that the data and the reports, the images are 10 years ago. I think it's a little bit too old. And it's quite a pity that you cannot pay a visit here to in person feel the Chinese efforts to improve the maritime environment in this year. So I hope next time we could pay a visit to the local market, to the harbor, to the port, to feel what kind of things the Chinese government has done for the South China Sea maritime protection. And I also hope in the future the parasite islands, even the spratly islands can be open to the foreign scientists. So a lot of international cooperation on the scientific research can be done in the future. Thank you. That's my comment.
好的，这个希望你和加强党哈里森教授的这个合作，把一些比较详细的资料、真实的情况介绍给他，对他的研究可能会更有利。好，请哈里森教授做一个简要的一个回答。
Sure. Fully recognize the limitations of satellite imagery in terms of understanding what's going on scientifically. And so I agree that, more science should be done, especially multilaterally, to understand the health of the coral reefs in the South China Sea. And I'm also very sorry not to be there in person. Hopefully next year or some other time I would love to come. Thank you.
好的，谢谢哈里森教授。希望我们加强合作，让你了解更多的客观情况、真实情况。好。哪里？好。对，说吧，我这个灯光打的我都看不见。
Yes.
对，这是我老朋友，你刚。
Okay. My name is Iswanto from Jakarta. I would like to address these questions to Professor Xu and Pak Suyadi. Hello, Pak Suyadi. Recently, Indonesia proposal just approved by IMO MSC on its PPSA at Nusa Penida Island and Gili Matra. I want to have your opinion about this, this policy from the coastal states, because in the next future, I think in the near future, Indonesia will introduce more and more PPSA around its waterways. So how is it? I mean, corresponding this policy and BBNG as a protective measure. Thank you.
好，请苏亚迪，对你来回答，这是你的同事给你提的问题。
Okay, thank you, Pak Rusdi. First one, actually, about the regulation is not my area, but I'm going to provide some of my opinion based on my area, based on my field. So, Indonesia have some of important things to be EBC and BNC. So, BNC, for example, we have resources, especially coastal resources. We have the largest mangrove area in the world, and we have also biodiversity and so on. About the resources, biological resources, we have a lot of things to do that one. But we also have tremendous threats about the political resources. And the most important things that when we going to this one, BNC, we have to recognize all of the biological resources and also our limitation, especially about the how to detect about the seabed as well. For example, we know that we need more science for assess not only biological resources but also for seabed and also for the because we know that to determine the area, we need that kind of assessments. I think that is answer your questions. I'm very sorry because I'm not really in the regulation of about the BNC. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Vũ Hải Đăng. I'm from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, and I would like to have a comment to Mr. Harrison Preta. So since 2015, the Vietnamese government have engaged in a very active policy of restoration and replanting of coral reef. So next year, if you look back at your satellite again, I think you would have a problem with your eyes. You will be amazed and dazzled by the colorful colors of the South China Sea. You no longer see a blue South China Sea, but you see a rainbow in the South China Sea. Rainbow because you're going to see the green of mangroves, the brown of coral reef, and the blue of the seagrass. So that will be the result of our restoration and replanting policy of Vietnam. Thank you.
好，说的，希望你也和家乡和哈里森，来合作。对对对对，哈里森教授，您看，在线吗？这样呢，他的这个资料更全、更真实、更及时，他这些结论就更好。那又有一个越南的先生跟你合作，对。
Yes, that sounds terrific. I look forward to seeing it.
好的，它是基于卫星资料，一个是现实资料太少，所以有了这些资料，我相信他得出的结论就会符合现实，符合你们说的，这个希望加强合作。那么按照今天的时间是10点40，正好，我想我们要超时了，就占了下面的时间，我们就不超时。实际上，今天8位专家对海洋生态环境保护、海洋渔业资源可持续发展都讲了自己的观点，讲了自己的建议，讲了未来的展望，我觉得非常的好。我作为主持人，也作为这个论坛的主办单位之一，海洋发展基金会，希望你们在这方面这个大的担当，开展大力度的研究。适当的时候，基金会给予支持，为国家提出你们的智力和建议，为整个海洋的可持续发展，做出我们大家的贡献。好，今天的会议就到此，谢谢大家，谢谢各位专家，谢谢线上的2位教授，好，再见。
谢谢潘副理事长的精彩主持，时间把控的刚刚好，同时也感谢所有发言嘉宾的观点分享。好，让我们一起合影留念一下。同时，接下来让我们稍作休息，进入到茶歇，请大家于11点钟准时回到会场，将进入到下一议题。谢谢。
Hello，有我声音吗？Hello, Miss Hataya. Hello, Miss Hataya. Would you like to do a technical test with us now?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your coordinations.
Hello, Miss Hataya.
Yes, good afternoon.
We cannot hear you now. Oh,
Oh, you cannot
please
hear
wait a
me.
second. We're checking. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Quite clear.
Okay. Oh, can I put on my microphone so that I can hear you better?
Yeah, sure. Sure, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, quite clear. So,
Okay, that's great.
so I assume that you will share your screen, right?
Okay, I will.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I share my PPT with
Please.
you?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Please try that.
Can you see this now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Would you like to
I will.
do you mind scrolling it down a little bit?
Okay.
Yeah, it goes well.
Okay. Yeah, there is a time lag a bit, but
Okay.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So we'll see you later.
See you soon. Thank you.
Hello, Professor Beipei.
不用，那就不测了，给他取掉吧。他昨天他测过了，啊，不用测他了，他测过了啊，他测过了，对，嗯。
各位来宾朋友们，我们下一个议题即将开始，请您尽快入座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the session now, and please get seated. Thank you. 好，我们有请这一议题的所有的发言嘉宾还有主持人来到舞台。议题6：极地与深海的未来探索、利用与保护。请允许我有请本议题的主持人，台湾政治大学台湾安全研究中心主任刘富国教授。刘教授，有请。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this wonderful occasion. I believe after 2 days discussion, many essential information should have been paving a good ground for every one of you. So this particular panel will be addressing to the Arctic issue, which I consider all the more important. But for general people, they don't have such a immediate concern of the Arctic. But I am so glad that beginning of yesterday and also this day, today in particular, Professor Tang Yong just gave a very overwhelming international legal perspective of the Arctic, which all the members of the panel consider. This presentation really will connect with our discussion thereafter. So in this particular occasion, before we start, I want to spend a couple minutes since, if you remember, Ambassador Peter Thompson, he is leaving back to his office. He cannot attend our discussion this morning. So he specifically reminded me yesterday there would be something I should really share and also remind everyone as a kicking up the discussion this morning. So he especially mentioned December 2022, the famous Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which was significant for the global community. They have already set up 2030 as a mission date and also 2050 as a destination to complete by 2050 to reach certain goal, but in which one of the particular section regulating the future of the Arctic. But I think more importantly, the reason why we will have to mention this particular information, because through this process, diplomatic negotiation process, date back to December 2022, China was significant, playing this role, leading this process through. So obviously, there should be something that major countries signing up on this particular framework will put forward their efforts. But early this year, May 2024, the UK government also passed through the version UK Biodiversity Framework. And obviously, there may be slightly differences in it. So the United Nations now is pushing more efforts to all the countries signed on this biodiversity framework. Hopefully, all of them can really ratify and come up with their national biodiversity framework to begin with. As this biodiversity framework regulating a very important dimension of the Arctic. So this would be something I would have to remind everyone, as Ambassador Thompson is now leaving for the airport, and he reminded me that this would be the important message to carry through at this particular juncture. So I will now get back to what we are now. We are so delighted to have 7 members in this panel. 2 of them will be online. I will not repeat the details. They will be going through their presentation quickly, and individually, you can tell, even if some of them may be presenting slightly different angle of the Arctic or Antarctic, but currently related to the Arctic, people, experts are gathered together, not just tackling the issue in the Arctic, but also the Antarctic. And lately, in South Asia, experts are coming around to tackle the so-called third pole of the Arctic, which is Himalaya. And they consider this is also carrying significant impact on the global climate change and relevant directly to the Arctic's future. So without further ado, let me now invite the first speaker, Dr. Hong Long, who is now the director of Executive Director, Institute for China American Institute in Washington, D.C. Dr. Hong, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. A very good day to everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for bringing me back to this fifth symposium, particularly to Dr. Wu, who is my mentor on the maritime studies, and President Wang Shen for the National Institute for the South China Sea, which I have been working many years ago. It's the 5th opportunity that I was given to speak in this particular panel on polar study. So for the previous every year, I've been trying, I'm a good student. I've been trying very hard to bring about a different focus on this topic. So this year, what I'm thinking is that because when I look at the recently completed a very big conference in Iceland, the Arctic Circle 2024, and I realized that the conference itself actually have already very precisely reflect a lot of the heat topic and debatable questions on the ocean, on the Arctic Ocean governance. So, and then I would like to combine what I found for the Arctic Assembly and my own research finding, and then hopefully I can bring something new to the participants here. You can see this one this is one of the most largest Arctic event held every October in Iceland. And this year, I think Professor Jolon just back from the Arctic Assembly. It has actually 2,500 participants, almost 700 speakers across 250 sessions on the Arctic issues, and many topics has been addressed, including the Arctic governance, climate change, economic opportunities, and also I want to emphasize this two new initiatives. One is the Arctic Circle Business Forum and the Polar Dialogue. And you can see from these slides that one of the central feature of the event was Polar Dialogue, which is actually expanded discussion initiative at the 2023 Paris Polar Summit, and dialogue focused on a lot of discussion promoting scientific cooperation and policy making for polar and ice covered regions. And then moving to the right, you can see this business forum in which the speakers address resources extraction, environment protection, and also the rights of indigenous peoples group. And they also emphasize a lot on the sustainable business practice and international cooperation. And there are 6 themes I would like to address, which is the highly debatable question among the Arctic Assembly. The first one, you can see geopolitical tensions and the Arctic security. There are a lot of concern on the ongoing militarization and military presence in the Arctic. And there's a lot of discussion on the new, for one is the U.S. and Arctic strategy released in the summer by the U.S. DOD, and the other is the chair of the NATO military committee who spoke in the Arctic Assembly about increasing and different roles played by NATO in the future of Arctic geopolitics. And these, the U.S. Arctic strategy actually spoke a lot about they perceive threats from Russia, and also they view a lot of concern on the ongoing and increasing cooperation between China and Russia. And the participants voiced a lot of concern about the increased military presence for sure. As I mentioned, I want to combine what the Assembly has discussed and my own finding. So I wrote a paper on economic sanction on Russia and what is the global and regional implication in the Arctic. I'd like to very briefly share with you my thought and observation. The first one is the geopolitical and security implication, and we see the sanction against Russia prompt Arctic and non-Arctic states to expand their influence in this region. And the other observations with NATO expansion, with the new member of Sweden and Finland join the NATO in response to Russia's action. And when we look at the North American part of Arctic, we can also see that, Denmark's shift actually strengthened the ties with the northern part of Arctic, which means like United States and Canada proposed a new Arctic North American Forum. And another observation, there was increased U.S. Arctic military presence in the region. So there's a lot of discussion that the United States would like to increase the budget to actually create more icebreaker. And with a new Trump administration, I think the discussion is back on the table. And the other finding is the non-Arctic intervention. We see China's filling the gap when we increase its economic cooperation and also military cooperation with Russia. And India is certainly also playing a quite increasing role in Arctic governance. And the other finding, there's increasing military strategy presence, not only for the US side, from Russia, and Russia take a response in response to the increasing NATO presence. And then the other theme that has been quite substantially debated in the Arctic Assembly is the climate change, environmental protection. So they talk a lot about trying to find a balance between scientific cooperation in the region and the protection of a vulnerable ecosystem. So some participants, they advocate for a very strict regulations to mitigate environmental risks associated with Arctic exploration, but there are also industry representatives who argue for a sustainable use of the region's resources to support economic development. And then also the third debate question is a discussion on the one hand resources development, on the other hand indigenous people's rights. So the tension between these two interest groups emerged as a critical issue, particularly regarding the oil and gas and mineral extraction in this region. So it featured debates on whether the resource extraction should proceed in areas inhabited by the indigenous people's populations. And the leaders of the many indigenous groups voiced a concern about the potential disruption of traditional lifestyles, environmental degradation. They actually asked for greater consultations and consent in developing projects. And the fourth issue certainly is a lot of debate on energy security and the Arctic potential. So there was the European Union Energy Commission in the Assembly outlined the plans to enhance Arctic energy project, which actually sparked a lot of debates over environmental impacts of this initiative. Some argue that protecting the Arctic should take the precedence over exploiting resources to add external energy needs. As I mentioned, I would like to combine with what my research finding along this debate theme. We can see there's a lot of impacts caused by the Western sanctions of Russia. We see the impact on global energy market, which has a lot of constraints on energy development. The sanction has been very slowed down, like the project like Yama LNG and Arctic LNG number 2 has been slowed down because of the sanction, and technology restriction also caused a lot of setback and caused increase a lot. And the global LNG supply chain also has been disrupted due to the reduced Arctic LNG, which affect global markets, especially in the Euro energy market. And then the other finding is a geopolitical shift and investment reallocation. We can see that the EU, they're fighting new partnership. The EU forms allies with countries like United States, Qatar, and Australia to expand their alternative for energy security and investment trend. And we can see the shift towards renewable energy and stable regions. And then the other, I have very few seconds remaining. And one of the 6 themes is scientific cooperation across polar region. Our chair has already mentioned the discussion not only cover Arctic, but also bring into discussion Antarctica and Himalaya. And that's one of the things that has been debated. And there's another one which we may not actually talk a lot is the culture and knowledge exchange, which is one of the major topic in this assembly. To conclude, I think there is a lot of inspiration for the future Arctic governance. Embracing multilateral cooperation is very fundamental important, and balancing economic development with environmental protection and promoting inclusive decision-making, bring the voices of indigenous people's participation, and adjust security consent through cooperative security framework, and encourage science-based policy and knowledge sharing. And there is certainly I want to share with you the vision for sustainable Arctic future, which is the theme of the ocean governance that we've been discussing in these 2 days. First of all, this Arctic Assembly is a forum for shaping a governance model that balances development and protection and security, bring all these factors into the same picture. And last but not the least, recognition of Arctic's global significance in climate change and geopolitics. I think with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hong. Obviously, she has been reflected a key development in the Arctic. As you probably know, every October, one of the largest Arctic gathering, it is called the Arctic Circle Assembly, held in Iceland. And every year, global expert and politicians gather together. They are trying to identify the most pressing issue for the Arctic to move forward. But I think I just want to pinpoint to connect with the next speakers from Russia, because currently the largest challenge for the Arctic potential collaboration among the members and non-members of the Arctic Council is geopolitical challenge. Beginning of Ukraine war, Russia has been to some extent cornered by the 7 members of the Arctic Council, but this will be presenting a challenge for the operation of Arctic Council. But of course, early this year, the United States published Americans' version of Arctic strategy, which, as Dr. Hong covers, mostly heightening military preparation in the Arctic. So with all these geopolitical challenge, let's now invite the second speaker, Professor Valery Konyshev from St. Petersburg, Russia. He would actually make a lot of argument from Russian perspective, which we do not really frequently learn at this particular time. Professor, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this symposium. I will speak about cooperation. So, technological progress made possible to extract and develop different Arctic resources, but legal regime of the Arctic doesn't give non-Arctic states direct access to resources, and this regime will not be revised in the foreseeable future. So the optimal scenario seems to develop scientific cooperation with coastal states, including Russia, and then economic. I think that Russia is the most attractive partner because it controls about half of the Arctic region. For the same reason, neither of global projects like climate change can be realized without Russia. At the same time, Western sanctions postponed any cooperation with Russia in the Arctic Council that hampers activity of non-Arctic states also. The sanctions may last for a long period because they depend less on Ukrainian crisis, but more on the general degradation of relations between Russia and the West. And this way, the West promoted a deadlock in Arctic policy, and science diplomacy can assist to overcome this deadlock by creating some kind of bridge for finding a reasonable compromise. Science diplomacy means interaction between diplomacy and science in order to influence decision makers. It can be, it can take 3 basic forms shown on the slide. In foreign policy, science diplomacy refers to soft power or to public diplomacy. Today, Arctic science diplomacy encompasses numerous forums, organizations acting on different levels. But as the Arctic Council is blocked, cooperation with Russia in part is still possible on global and local levels, but they are not so effective. And solution can be found in stimulating interstate activity, possibly beyond the Arctic Council. But what should be done? In legal dimension, it's possible to reset implementation of the 2017 agreement on enhanced Arctic scientific cooperation. It provides the right to scientific cooperation with Russia even during military conflict. In institutional dimension, it's quite possible to establish an alternative to the Arctic Council for example, bilateral, interstate, or multilateral formats like BRICS. And I remind you that Russia invited BRICS states to start scientific projects on Svalbard and in the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation. But today, potential partners move very slowly because of the threat of secondary sanctions from the United States. China looks more constructive in that sense because of more deep scientific experience with Russia, including mega science projects, for example, and working groups established on the state level. So, what Russia can offer to potential partners? First of all, Russia has impressive scientific experience. I give you a few examples. The leading scientific institution, Rosgidromet, provides state meteorological services and conduct international projects. It is a member of different global organizations. Another example is the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute. It has facilities on Svalbard, shown on the slide here. Next is the Kola Science Center. It's the only scientific institution located above the Arctic Circle. It has about 30 foreign partners. So main approaches for cooperation. If we look to approaches open for China, the first is the use of scientific infrastructure. For example, Snowflake Station located on the Yamal Peninsula. The model is shown on the slide. This station will employ only renewable energy resources and hydrogen fuel. And scientists can use this station to study climate change, melting ice, and permafrost, to develop technologies for Arctic medicine, transportation, robotic complexes, and biotechnology. Harbin Engineering University is waiting to become the key partner in this project. Russia also launched hydrometeorological satellites, Arctic-M, that provides round-the-clock monitoring of all Arctic territories and analysis of ice conditions, wind, temperature, humidity, as well as geophysics parameters like variations in solar wind, radiation conditions, changes in sunspots, and so on and so on. Another example, Russian-German scientific station known as Samoilovsky Island. It was created to monitor the dynamics of permafrost melting, to study interaction between ecosystems and the atmosphere, and to forecast methane emissions. However, Germany withdrew from this project, and today or tomorrow, China can renovate the station with Russia. Russia also has floating platforms for different scientific and educational activities. Modern ice-resistant platform North Pole has 15 laboratories on board and allows year-round Arctic expeditions. All that also open for China. Second approach of cooperation is fundamental research. For example, melting Arctic ice disrupted the rhythm of monsoons, and this negatively affects agriculture throughout in whole South Asia. Climate change is also creating unexpected threats that quickly can become global. For example, Chinese scientists have discovered more than 1,000 new previously unknown bacteria in the melting ice of Tibet. These bacteria could end up in the rivers of China and India, and it is highly likely that today's animals and humans are not immune to this ancient bacteria. Next promising project would be to combine Himalayan, Arctic, and Antarctic climate change studies. But until now, Russia, China, India, and other states conducted such research separately. But integration of this activity can provide the link between processes in all three poles. And it's important that Russian interpretation of the three poles concept stakes on the possibility to improve relations between India and China, and Russia will very appreciate that. The third approach is applied research, including development of unique technologies like local hybrid power plants, combining diesel fuel with renewable energy. Russia has built hybrid station shown on the slide, and these technologies save about 30% of diesel fuel. Compact nuclear units are also considered very promising. Russia has developed compact transportable nuclear units for supplying power to remote cities and industrial companies. Russia built the first small nuclear plant in the world in Yakutia region. Another type of existing compact power units is the academic Lomonosov floating nuclear power plant operating in Pevek, Chukotka. It is also shown on this slide. The next attractive project is development of green energy technology, primarily hydrogen. For Arctic conditions, the most effective option is to produce hydrogen from existing overcapacity, for example, from nuclear power plants. And another area of potential cooperation is LNG technologies. And let me conclude very briefly. Neither research nor solutions to global Arctic-related problems are possible without resuming a broad cooperation with Russia. And the main challenge today, as it was said previously, how to find mechanism to resume cooperation. And I suggest that science diplomacy will be a very useful instrument. Thank you.
Thank you. Because our timers did not really go accurately, so I thought our time may have slightly extended for two speakers. What professors from Russia just now presented very critical point about the future scientific collaboration in the Arctic area. I don't want to repeat. Hopefully, we would have sufficient time for presentation. The main purpose today, this presentation would be just presenting, updating what happens now in the Arctic issue, and we would open up the discussion later on. This would be the key for this particular panel. So the next speaker, let's invite Dr. Deng Beixi from Polar Research Institute of China. And this is one of the real experts into the Arctic, but he will be addressing Antarctic rather than Arctic. So Dr. Deng, please take the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Dear colleagues, I'd like to appreciate the invitation of National Institute for South China Sea Studies, and it's an honor for me to speak here, and I will offer some personal insights on the evolution of Antarctic governance and China's involvement. So for decades, the Antarctic is characteristic of an rather isolated system, both in ecological and political terms. It is governed under the umbrella, the overarching legal umbrella of Antarctic Treaty, which is independent from UN UNCLOS and other system of the United Nations. However, in current days, we have witnessing increasing interactions between Antarctic and its surrounding environment. So on one hand, we have the impact of the global climate change. The southward migration of fishing stock to the Southern Ocean bring uncertainty to the management of Antarctic marine living resources. And also the climate change bring about easier access to the Antarctic and promote diversified growth of human activities. but effective regulatory measures and risk management mechanism are yet to be established in the emerging fields, such as tourism management, biological genetic resources exploitation, and aviation management. And on the other hand, we also witnessed the spillover of international political dynamic to the Antarctic. For example, the topic of Ukrainian crisis is addressed in the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting, and it also discussed whether global ocean arrangement, for example, the BBNG as discussed in the previous session, whether it could be applicable in the Antarctic in order to facilitate the process to delineate marine protected areas. Compared to the Arctic, the nature of global commons is more evident in Antarctic. So the Antarctic stakeholder comprise not only 29 consultative party and the 28 non-consultative party of the Antarctic Treaty, but also a number of potential beneficiary from Antarctic marine living resources, mostly developing country in the South Hemisphere. However, what is worrying is the tendency towards the centralization of power within the Antarctic governance system. So my personal research showed that there exists a monopoly group within with a dominant position in the Antarctic spheres, comprised of United States and 7 Antarctic claimant states. So this group transformed the focus of Antarctic governance agenda from attempting to establish a resource development system to overly emphasizing environmental protection. There has some empirical analysts regarding how this minority group is formed. For instance, this group submit more than 75% of working papers upon which the operation of Antarctic treaty system is relied. And this group is also dominant in the number and the size of application for Antarctic Special Protected Area, ASPA, Antarctic Special Management Area, ASMA, and Antarctic Marine Protected Area. I'd like to point out the coincidence that the delineation of Antarctic Marine Protected Area actually overlap with the extension of the claimed Antarctic territories to the Southern Ocean. So what's the impact? This monopoly group dominates agenda setting and resulting in concentration of power that further intensify the polarization within the Antarctic treaty system. So country besides this group is faced with the risk of being marginalized if they don't take side. For example, Japan used to have the highest harvest of Antarctic krill in the Southern Ocean in 1990s and early 2000. However, it stopped its fishing activities since 2013, just to be in line with the protective policy of its western lines. And looking forward, there have been great challenges to the Antarctic governance. The first is the politicalization of Antarctic cooperation in the aftermath of the Ukrainian crisis, as what is happening in other international regime. The only difference is that the isolation of Russia is not that evident. I do recall that the ratification of the Antarctic Treaty in 1959, which is highlighted as one of the very few exemplary cases of US-Soviet cooperation in a very confrontational environment during the Cold War. We call it Antarctic exceptionalism. However, this exceptionalism is being challenged nowadays. The second is the increasingly sharp conflict over how to perceive environmental conservation, or more exactly whether conservation, the term, should comprise rational and sustainable use of resources. Actually, rational use seem to be excluded in the perception by the monopoly group, which may imply that the fundamental logic lies in the frozen sovereignty claim in the Antarctic. As long as the resources located within the claimed jurisdiction or territory remain intact, the property rights will be always maintained. The third is being the criticism over the lack of efficiency of decision-making process that operated based on consensus. Just like I said, the more polarization, the different parties are harder to reach consensus. The first being the emerging issue that require immediate governance arrangement, like tourism. For example, last summer season, the number of tourists to Antarctic reached a record high after the COVID. However, there has been a casualty of 4 US citizens, which also a record high. Currently, there is no comprehensive framework for tourist management, nor legal arrangement on liabilities. For instance, if a tourist damaged the environment or violates international regulation in the Antarctic, should his government be liable for the compensations? But now there is no such legal arrangement. So back to China, actually this year marks the 40th anniversary of China's Antarctic expedition. I decided from China's Antarctic course white paper released in 2017 that China will promote a more adjustable and equitable international order in the Antarctic. And China stands for the balance between environmental protection and the rational use of Antarctic resources in a sustainable and scientific manner, conforming to the nature of Antarctic as a global common and also the interest of a vast number of developing countries. Noting that initiatives by the monopoly group to speed up the establishment of protected land and marine area, which are intended to raise the threshold to have access to the Antarctic and the sustainable use of the resources. So that's why China, Russia, and also some developing countries insist that the decision made on the delimitation of protected area should be based on best available and very solid scientific evidence instead of driven only by political target. I'd refer to Antarctic Marine Protected Area. I remind that some claimant country, for instance, Australia and France, they have overseas island in the Southern Ocean, which means they have vast areas of EEZ. So it's not sound to protect fish stocking in the Antarctic water and then you harvest it in their own EEZ because fish are migrating. So in this case, scientific evidence is very important with regard to how the marine living resources are migrating in both Antarctic waters and its surrounding waters. And there's a need for a very holistic approach and a protective plan to eliminate the marine protected area. So it's very promising, I think, to see that some of the South-South cooperation mechanism, for example, the BRICS and China SALIC Forum began to discuss on the Antarctic cooperation. And also China's polar expedition is open to international cooperation. And we have scientists from Malaysia, Thailand, and other Asian countries on board China's research icebreaker, the snow dragons, through the platform of Asian Forum for Polar Studies. And hopefully there will be an emerging power formed by the global south that may be more evident in Antarctic affairs for a more just and equitable order in Antarctic. And I think I will finish my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deng. Dr. Deng is from Polar Research Institute of China. He brought us the Antarctic, different framework, different experience, which would stimulate our thinking about the future of the South China Sea dispute. The next speakers, we would invite Professor Rasmus Bertelsen from the Arctic University of Norway. He is online. Professor Bertelsen. Would you like to start presentation now? Welcome.
Yes, good morning,
Please.
everybody. Well, it's good morning here from Tromsø, northern Norway. Can you see and hear me?
Loud and clear. Please
Very
go
good.
ahead.
Good. And hang on, let me share my screen. Yes, I can see my own screen. Yes, so good morning, everybody, and good morning to dear colleagues on the stage. I would have loved to be with you, but unfortunately I have to be here at the Arctic University of Norway in Tromsø this week. I enjoy very much listening to all of you. Dongwei Shi, you just used the term Antarctic exceptionalism. Some of you know that I'm myself very skeptical of the term Arctic exceptionalism. And I think Antarctic exceptionalism during the Cold War sounds a lot more convincing than Arctic exceptionalism in the post-Cold War era. I would like to say a few words about some work I'm doing on Chinese Arctic diplomacy under World Order change. This is work which I do in collaboration with Dr. Maria Kopseva, Marie Curie Individual Fellow at the Arctic University of Norway. And I think Dr. Kopseva was a PhD student of Professor Valery Konishev, so also a good colleague of the panel. I and Dr. Kopseva, we take a systemic view to international relations, and we both like teaching in the classroom and teaching at the blackboard, so you get these reminders of what it looks like at a blackboard. We have a systemic perspective to international relations and also to the place of the Arctic in international affairs. And if we take a very quick look at during the Cold War, and when we look at Chinese Arctic diplomacy, we don't want to start out with a unit perspective. We start out with a systemic perspective. What are the systemic constraints for Chinese Arctic diplomacy? So a baseline, it can be the Cold War, where you have a bipolar system. And that system is, of course, also clearly reflected in the Arctic, where you have a division between the Soviet Arctic and the US, the North American and Nordic Arctic. And China was very little participant in that Cold War Arctic affairs. Then, if we go fast forward to the post-Cold War era of unipolarity, of globalization, then we had in the Arctic what I have called a circumpolar liberal Arctic order, which was premised on post-Cold War unipolarity. It was not an exception. And if we look at some major actors, the United States, Russia, and China, and the Nordics, the 5 Nordic countries, which are all Arctic countries, well, then you can see during the post-Cold War era, there was a lot of Russia-Nordic collaboration in the Arctic Council, in the Barents Cooperation, in the International Arctic Science Committee, in the Arctic Council, etc. The United States was perhaps distracted by its war on terror, and you had a lot of Sino-Nordic Arctic collaboration, the China-Nordic Arctic Research Council, the China-Iceland Arctic Observatory, etc., etc. And I think the Russian approach was to keep a balance between its energy investments, its energy trade towards the West and towards the East. The post-Cold War order was not stable because I would argue that American unipolarity was the basis of globalization, but of course globalization led to unequal growth in primarily East and West, which undermined unipolarity. And we see a very strong reaction in the United States against that. We've seen pivot to Asia from Obama. And now, of course, Trump, Biden, Trump again, trade technology wars against China is a clear indicator that the United States basically will not allow unipolarity to erode. And there's been a lot of talk about the incredibly tragic war in Ukraine. I don't see that war as a cause. I see it as an effect of changes at the order level. So the international system we are moving into and what it means for the Arctic and what it means for Chinese Arctic diplomacy is post-unipolar and perhaps post-global Arctic, where international conflict, international relations in that system are greatly driven by the relations between the United States, Russia, and China. And of course, we are all very aware that the United States and Russia, the United States and China have ever deteriorating relations. And of course, those deteriorating relations are expressed in a de facto proxy war in Ukraine. And since Mike Pompeo's 2019 speech in Rovaniemi, and actually well before that, it was very clear that the United States was also doing everything it could to keep China out of the Nordic and North American Arctic. And now, of course, we have the Ukraine war and its very deep effects on the Arctic, as some of the other speakers have presented very well. But these systemic developments, these systemic pressures are clearly present in the Arctic. We see the Russia rest of the Arctic break. We see the United States doing everything it can to keep Chinese science, technology, and investment out of the Nordic Arctic, out of the North American Arctic. And of course, we see Russia and China entering into deeper strategic relations. And as a Nordic, I'm a Danish national myself, working in Norway. These systemic pressures are also very clear in the Sino-Nordic Arctic relations. We see a lot of pressure on the Sino-Nordic, China-Nordic Arctic Research Center. We see a lot of American pressure on the China-Iceland Arctic Observatory. And in a bilateral context, the American pressure on the Kingdom of Denmark concerning Chinese science, technology, and investment in Greenland and the Faroe Islands has also been very clear. So I'll conclude here, and I look very much forward to the discussion with the rest of the panel and the audience. And I regret very much I cannot be with you on site. And again, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Berthelsen. This is a very enlightening presentation. Personally, I'm hoping you can make this a slide more formally, maybe sending back to the organizer. They want to put this as a record, symposium records. I do sense there are so much to be shared as you went through this very instrumental presentation. Obviously, there will be lots of interest coming after this. So thank you again. Let's now move to the next speaker, Dr. Zhao Long, who is from Shanghai Institute for International Studies in Shanghai. Please, Dr. Zhao, take the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. First of all, it's really my pleasure to be in Sanya at this platform again. I would like to thank, of course, all the organizers, especially Professor Wu Shichun. I think he deserves great credit to create and also sustain such
candid and constructive dialogue on global maritime governance, and in particular to include so-called the polar issue in this broad framework, which I believe, considering the specific, the characteristic of Arctic and Antarctic, considering their influence and impact on global climate, environment, biodiversity situation, I think there's no doubt that the polar region should be considered as the integral part of global ocean governance. So today, of course, I'd like to address some of my reflections on the ongoing transition of global or the Arctic international governance. So last year, we here discussed the pacing challenges for the Arctic multilateral engagement and cooperation. And today, I would like to further evaluate the so-called key changes that been emerged over the last year and how to navigate the future opportunities and challenges for the Arctic governance. So I would start to echoing what Dr. Holman mentioned during the very last the Arctic Circle Assembly, which held in October this year. Personally, I've attended the conference together with some of my colleagues, and I think the general impression was quite complicated. On the one hand, China, Russia have been as the keyword that appears at every session of discussion. On the other hand, of course, we have managed special session which devoted to China's effort in climate change. We invited the special envoy, Mr. Liu Jianming, to deliver a speech which attracted the huge attention from the audience. So basically, I think, the Arctic, which being regarded as the high nose low tension area under the current circumstances, especially when the Ukraine issue, the war in Ukraine served as a catalyst of the confrontation between Russia Arctic and the NATO Arctic. So this phenomenon, this concept has no longer been accepted by all states in the Arctic. And in fact, this kind of a more divided Arctic we are facing now could be characterized as the general context of high nose tension area. With this changing mindset, we see Arctic, there's two different narratives or concept about Arctic governance. On the one hand, this area should again be reviewed as the area combined with the competition and cooperation. On the other hand, the Arctic already been viewed as new periphery of confrontation. You can judge from the growing pace of military buildups, not just in Russian Arctic, but also from a NATO front. So, growing gap of long-term data collection is another significant challenges for the Arctic, the collect of knowledge about the Arctic, which is one of the priority of China's Arctic policy. We have been told by some of our European colleagues that say the Interact program was the one of the biggest European scientific program monitoring the Arctic changes, has facing really difficulties because due to the suspension of the monitoring stations located in Russia. So basically, excluding Russia from scientific cooperation further distort data sets and undermine those ability to draw comprehensive and accurate scientific conclusion about Arctic. Well, how about the multilateral governance platform? We know that Arctic Council being regarded one of the successful multilateral platform for the Arctic cooperation.
Last year here, we raised our concern about sustainability of this platform because Russia, as the rotating chairman, should transit his chairmanship to Norway. But here, I think we have, fortunately enough, that this transition complete very successfully from last year to this year. So Norway currently serves as the new chairman, and they have developed quite innovative steps or approaches on the one hand to deal with so-called political correctness in terms of Russia. On the other hand, how to sustain the collective identity of Arctic states and sustain this kind of a platform. But again, I think there's a clear erosion of trust among the key partners. About the Arctic, sustainable use of Arctic, I think the Arctic shaping could serve as one of the biggest or most important practice. The Northern Sea Route, which Russia has introduced quite ambitious program strategy in development, and also China, if you may notice, a few years ago, we have also emphasized on how could we cooperate under an initiative called the Polar Silk Road. But again, according to the new statistics, this shipping road will becoming more or becoming less international transportation oriented, and rather than becoming more relied on the domestic transportation based on the energy export from Russia towards to other countries. So basically, the function which being expected to serve as alternatives to the Suez Canal or linking between the Asian market and European market, I think this kind of a function has really been underestimated by those figures that we have. So basically, the Russia, of course, as our Russian colleagues mentioned, has been compelled to reorientate on the Arctic issue. So basically, from the newly published Russian Arctic policies, the country is more focused on the Asian market, in particular on the cooperation with China and also on BRICS. But our cooperation with Russia repeatedly being portrayed like negatively in the context of divided Arctic. It's being perceived as a challenge, not only to the Arctic states, but also to the NATO members of the Arctic. So we should not forget the potential impact, of course, of the Trump 2.0 on Arctic governance, which the US could possibly double down on the resource extractions in the Arctic, deprioritize the climate action, and even intensify the securitization of the Arctic. As an important stakeholder in Arctic affairs, China, of course, does not view the Arctic affairs through the lens of great power strategy or competition. So I think that's why I could offer very briefly about the China's offer or idea or proposal on how to sustain the Arctic governance in the future. The first one, it's really essential to bridge the Arctic agenda with the global governance agenda. As we all know, this year, UN has introduced the Pact for the Future. And before the Ukraine crisis, actually, the Arctic states agreed on the Arctic Council strategy plan for the next 10 years. So this kind of a composition of initiatives and the overall goals of the Arctic should be conducted at least at the academic level discussion. And there's also a need for risk management measures, including the search and rescue operations and the coordinated response to the Arctic maritime safety. Another approach I would like to propose, of course, how to maintain the scientific neutrality in the Arctic affairs. As many of our colleagues mentioned, due to the lack of long-term data collections and the cooperation on a purely scientific platforms, it really should be further strengthened on the multilateral platforms of scientific cooperation. Especially, starting from next year, we'll have the preparation for the 5th International Polar Year. So the lot of international bodies could be viewed as the platform for this kind of engagement. This is maybe the last I want to share with you that what China could offer. Because as you all know that China identify themselves with quite dual, I'd say, identity in terms of Arctic affairs. On the one hand, this is a country called itself as the country geographically being regarded as near Arctic states. On the other hand, is of course the stakeholder to Arctic affairs. So we have achieved agreement together with many other Arctic states, and particularly in some European states and Asia stakeholders on the Central Arctic Ocean's fishery agreement. So this agreement or this platform discussion has not been fully disrupted by the growing geopolitical tensions, especially the war in Ukraine. So I think this is a perfect platform to continuing such dialogue on the purely scientific dimension. And of course, there's a scientific coordinating group has already been established. So I think China can offer with our knowledge and with our input, of course, on that direction and how to conduct the exploratory fishing in the next few years. Last but not least, I think that this agreement could also be aligned with Kunming-Montreal Global, biodiversity framework, as Professor Liu mentioned, and also the BBNJ agreement. So the whole holistic approach towards the fisheries in the Arctic high seas and other biodiversity agendas could be served as a foundation that how we can introduce such an integrated approach to sustain the Arctic governance dialogue, and despite those growing geopolitical tensions. With that, maybe I'll just stop here. Looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhao, for bringing up this very critical development, very updated. I do believe there should be some question later on. We will follow through. So let's now get to the final speakers of today. Dr. Sakiko Hataya from Sasakawa Peace Foundation. She will join us online. Dr. Sakiko, please take the floor.
Well, Chair, thank you very much for your introductions. And I'm a research fellow at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation in Japan, and I'm truly honored to be speaking to you today. And for that Q&A, I would like to make a presentation shortly. Well, today I would like to present about Japan's Arctic policy briefly. Well, although Japan is not Arctic state, it is nevertheless impacted by climate change in far north through oceanic and atmospheric circulation. Well, I think it is the same situation in other east part of the Asia. Well, having submitted its application as an Arctic Council observer in 2009, Japan's engagement in Arctic affairs increased in 2013 when it was granted observer status at the Kiruna ministerial meeting with China, India, Italy, Singapore, and South Korea. This status enabled Japan to participate more actively in Arctic discussions and collaboration, laying the groundwork for more structured of Arctic policy. In 2015, Japan's Arctic policy was formally adopted by decision of the headquarters for ocean policy and became the cornerstone of Japan's Arctic involvement. This policy is a comprehensive statement of Japan's fundamental policy outlook towards the Arctic with strong emphasis on international cooperation. In particular, it outlined 3 key interests in the Arctic: research, development, international cooperation, and sustainable use. Japan's policy promotes the rule of law and international cooperation in a peaceful and orderly manner. On May 15, 2018, the third basic plan on ocean policy was approved by the meeting of the headquarters for ocean policy, followed by the cabinet decision of Japan. This was a significant milestone as it was the first time the plan explicitly included Arctic policy as one of its main measures, thus making policy legally binding. This highlights the increasing importance of the Arctic in Japan's ocean policy. And also in this plan, the promotion of the Arctic policy was positioned as one of the 7 key measures to be steadily promoted. This strategy focus was reinforced in subsequent plans, including 4th Basic Plan on Ocean Policy. These plans emphasize the continued advancement of these core pillars: research and development, international cooperation, and sustainable use of the Arctic research. Well, also there is a big advancement this year and about the policy of the Arctic of Japan. And one of Japan's research development regarding the Arctic is the adoption of the priority strategy for the marine development. As a national surrounded by the sea, Japan possesses the 6th largest maritime jurisdiction in the world. Well, in order to fully leverage the potential of these these maritime resources for the enhance of Japan's national strengths to serve its national interests, the priority strategy for marine development was adopted by headquarters for ocean policy earlier this year. Going forward, efforts will be strongly promoted across ministries and agencies based on this strategy. Furthermore, within this strategy, the promotion of international cooperation in the Arctic policy is included as one of the key missions, indicating Japan considers the Arctic as one of its important policy priorities. Well, to sum up, Japan sought to contribute to the global understanding and management of this critical region. As climate change continues to alter the Arctic landscape, international cooperation becomes even more essential. Japan's effort in promoting scientific research and supporting international governance framework highlight Japan's proactive stance on Arctic issues. I will skip some of the slide. Oh, well, I briefly would like to touch upon look at the top priority of China and Japan in their Arctic policy, but this shows that they have much in common. Both Japan and China are observer states of the Arctic Council, and both have stated that they will ensure international law, particularly UNCLOS, the law of the sea. Similarly, you can also see in the priority policy placed on science, environment, and peace. The geological landscape surrounding the Arctic is becoming increasingly complex right now. However, it is precisely during such times that cooperation between China, Japan, and also other Asian countries, and also European countries, and also Arctic states becoming critically important. Well, next year will mark 10 years anniversary since Japan's Arctic policy was formulated, and Sasaka Peace Foundation, which I belong to, is committed to doing every possible to ensure that Japan can respond to rapidly changing Arctic environment. Well, in particular, in its ongoing commitment to contributing to the development of the Arctic region, Japan is actively considering the project aiming at cultivating human resources dedicated to addressing the challenges of the Arctic. Well, we remain steadfast in our research efforts, striving to support the region's sustainable future in every way possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sakiko, for saving a couple minutes time. So looking into the time, we still have 14 to 15 minutes for Q&A. I believe this is a very interesting panel. I have already seen a couple of hand raised. Yes, just 1 second. Basically, as you just listened to such an instrumental presentation by our panelists, and there are obviously, if I may, categorize it into two significant structure challenge. Number one is international legal challenge, because inside Arctic, as a presenter yesterday reminded us, everything related to the Arctic Sea would have to be based on UNCLOS as a basic point. But of course, there are different international regime overlapping. And also the second point is a geopolitical challenge, especially after early 2022, when the war in Ukraine started. As you can tell from the presentation here, we learned it used to be the case 8 members of Arctic Council working together. But since then on, 7 against 1. To some extent, this is an informal arrangement. But I think we are fortunate to have speakers from Russia. So perhaps some of the specific questions related to Russia's position in the Arctic, we can really dig in. And hopefully we can get even more from here. So with this particular things, I hope our question discussion can be as concise as possible. And I will request our panelists, including to online, can really respond in a much shorter time. So then we can reserve a little bit more for all raise a question. The first one, Dr. Dan. Sorry, I can't see your name placards. Please take the mic. Over there. Please identify yourself and start. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Liu. Habib from CSIC Indonesia. So let me get this question. The first question to Hong, Bertelsen, and also Sakiko. So you observe about changes in the polar governance, right? So my question will be, do you sense or do you observe any growing appetite from the Arctic and Antarctic countries to incorporate more engagement from the global south? Countries, especially the smaller and middle power or small island states. So whether there is any growing appetite to include more representation from the global south. And then the second question is to Valerie, Deng, and also Xiaolong. How do you see the roles of BRICS in the future polar governance, both the Arctic and the Antarctic? And what's BRICS' plan to channel the developing countries' interest in the polar governance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have seen quite a number of hands. So let me collect, since we have a limited time frame. Please, panelists, including online, you should get your response quickly later on. Please, second speaker here. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you all the distinguished guests. I'm a researcher from the CIRD, the China Institute for Reform and Development. Many of our discussion today focus on the governance of the polar region. But perhaps the first small question is how, the utilization, the exploitation, and the conservation of the deep seas in the polar region differ from the rest of the oceans in the world, such as South China Sea. How are the natural endowments different? And that's the first question. The second is really about the governance of the Arctic and the Antarctic region. As we know that the current mechanisms such as this Arctic Council are still intergovernmental, and many of them don't have a legally enforcing right. I wonder whether we can start working on Arctic region by having some sorts of, super-rational authority over that by conducting scientific research together under a unified mechanism. And I really don't want to see that we human race politicize everything from the core region of our world to the periphery of our world, such as the polar region. Yeah, that's my two questions.
Thank you. This is brilliant questions.
It's
later.
And a general question to all of the audiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please take the mic over there. 那个麦克风。
Me again. Thank you, Chair. I would like to address my question to the Russian, Mr. Valery. So far, we hear about this topic from the perspective of international, especially UNCLOS. I want to know from you, from the perspective of Arctic or polar shipping. This is, I think, under IMO regime, right? So how do you see this kind of opportunity? Because maritime business says that this is quite, big business cake. So how do you see? I mean, Russia is a biggest part of the Arctic shipping activities. How do you see this kind of assumption that polar shipping, Arctic shipping is so bright? Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Okay, if not, since we have a limited time frame, let me now invite Dr. Hong to start with, as concise as possible.
Thank you. I think there are two questions that are relevant to my talk. The first one, in the context of Global South, I think that's we will discuss this question, different roles, like China is not a coastal state and Russia is a coastal state. So a lot of countries, including China, Japan, South Korea, and other countries from Global South, when they are involved in Arctic governance, there's one principle that has to be bear in mind, which is the respect. When China becomes the observer of the Arctic Council, there is a principle that we respect the sovereignty and sovereign right of the Arctic state. That's the very fundamental issues. And I believe there are many non-Arctic states that are voicing their interests and strategic interests and also economic interests in the Arctic. I don't want to go to very details of which countries are involved, but I do want to mention that the principle that I just mentioned, that respecting the coastal states' interests, but there's another issue I want to talk a little bit about. Dr. Zhao mentioned at the Arctic Circle, China and Russia are often heard in all the sessions. I think it's very important to know that what China and Russia's cooperation does not exist only in the military exercise, does not only exist in like Coast Guard, joint patrol. If we look at, we hear from Professor Conserve that we have a lot of cooperation on scientific research, and that's something that should not be underestimated. And there was one, and China does not only cooperate with Russia, we're also working very closely with other regional states. The other question from this gentleman about the energy and exploitation, I think when we're talking different areas, as we hear from Mr. Tang Yong this morning, there are very limited areas that's beyond the national jurisdiction, and those that we have to refer to International Seabed Authority. But most of the area, when we talk about energy exploitation and exploration, then we have to, like China, we're outsider, although we're stakeholder. Then when we talk about energy, although China has a lot of interest in the LNG in the Arctic, but we have to work closely with Arctic states, including Russia, and we have to respect the domestic laws. I think that's one of the fundamental questions when non-Arctic states want to involve in the energy development. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Konishev, take the floor. You don't have to be so ambitious responding to all questions.
Okay. But I would start from some comments about strategic situation in the Arctic, because it's very important. As Professor Hong said, the West perceived military threat from Russian build-up in the Arctic. But in reality, during 1990s, Russia decreased military presence from 8 to 3 times, for example, in aviation, 8 times, in land forces from 5 to 3 times. And since 2007, Russia is just returning to the Arctic to defend its economic activity. It's necessary because since that times, Arctic is the base, a resource base for further development of Russia. That means Russia came back to Arctic very seriously and need once again to defend its economic, first of all, activity. And if you look on military structure and exercises, all are defensive. And if you look to NATO exercises not far from Russian borders, all are offensive. And in the case of further melting ice, we will get free of ice exclusive economic zone. It will be free for military ships also. That means Russia will be even more vulnerable, even if you compare with the Cold War times. So this is why Russian military build-up will continue. And at the same time, we see now, after joining Finland, we got 1,000 kilometers with NATO. And not far from Finland, we have a nuclear arsenal on Kola Peninsula that should be defended. So risk of military confrontation is high now. So situation is quite difficult, and it is not Russia who initiated this new arm race. Second, I would like very briefly to react to BRICS perspective. I think that it's a most promising project for Russia and for all non-Arctic states, not only BRICS members, because I hope this activity, I mean BRICS activity, will be inclusive. And the main, so what can offer BRICS is a rule of consensus. And I guess this is a very promising model for future global governments in the Arctic. And as for shipping, I would like to mention that Russia has some specific position concerning to the Northern Sea route. It continues from Kara Gate to Bering Sea. And that means that Russia has historically rights to make some national rules. I remind you that not only UNCLOS, but also common law and national law applicable to Arctic. So in the case of the Northern Sea route, so Russia can impose national law. Main motivation is safety navigation because of very difficult ice conditions, because of weather, because of bad communications. It resulted from interference of geomagnetic impulses and so on. And this is why Russia asked for some cooperation and to take these rules. I guess that's all.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Zheng, do you like to respond any relevant question to?
A very quick response to the participation of Global South in Antarctic is, I admit, is rather underrepresented because the Antarctic Treaty is like a club-like mechanism and have some criteria of entry. Actually, in 1970s, the then Prime Minister of Malaysia, Mahathir, once promoted the UN to take over the Antarctic affairs battlefield. At that time, the original signatory of Antarctic Treaty, comprised by the claimant country and some developed country, decided to internationalize this system. So it includes developing country like China and India to be a member in 1980s, and to become a member of Antarctic Treaty system. first you have to gain consensus from all the consultative party. And if you want to be a consultative party, and you have to establish the research station in Antarctic and have a systematic existence in the Antarctic. And also there are political issues. For instance, for the past 2 years, Canada and Belarus applying for the consultative status, but the countries behind these two countries are Russia and its Western allies, and these two blocs could not reach consensus on this issue. So this problem is also halted for like 2 years. So I think for developing country, like the resources in Antarctic, like fresh water, the genetic resources, the marine living resources is very essential for the livelihood of the developing country, especially the countries around the equator or in the southern hemisphere. So I think it could cooperate with some country that is capable in scientific research. And the first step, of course, to better understand the Arctic environment. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Bertierson, do you want to respond to any relevant questions?
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Excuse me, are you still online?
Yes, I am here. And do you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. And I follow the discussion with great interest. There was the first question about the global south and the Arctic and Antarctic. Dr. Deng Beishi has already addressed that, but I would just quickly follow up. And I think it's important for you and for the audience to keep in mind that, in my view, for the West, it is simply very hard mentally to imagine a world not dominated by the West. The West for centuries has been used to going everywhere else and is simply not used to the rest of the world coming to the West. And I think it would be very difficult for the Nordic countries, for the North American Arctic, for many actors. It's very, very difficult to imagine and to work with the rest of the world coming to the West. So it's both a mental challenge, but it's also, of course, a global order challenge. And as I outlined, in my view, the United States is absolutely determined to preserve unipolarity. In my view, the interest of Europe is deep federalization, and being deeply federalized, I think a multipolar order would be very advantageous to Europe. But Europe, by choice, has made itself so intellectually and materially dependent on the United States that Europe is bound to follow the United States in its pursuit of unipolarity. So I'm very sorry to say, but in my view, those are quite pessimistic views about what the Nordic, the North American Arctic thinks about the global South, thinks about the rest coming to the Arctic. And thank you very much for a very stimulating discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zhao, please.
Yeah, very briefly, first on the question about BRICS, I think the reason why BRICS has been emphasized in the Arctic cooperation is due to the significant shift in policy orientations of Russia, which caused by those more divided Arctic narrative. But I think on the future or outcome of this kind of engagement really would depends not only on the intentions of those countries, but also on the capabilities. So I would say if you look at enlarged, expanded BRICS cooperation, there are only a few countries that are capable in Arctic cooperation. China, of course, is pioneering in that direction. India has some influence or capabilities in cooperation with Russia, but I highly doubt that other countries could in the near future to offer some significantly in that kind of a cooperation. So basically, I would say that we would expect the more disparity in the pace and also in the format of this so-called BRICS Arctic cooperation. And the second question, really briefly also on the idea of establishment, some kind of a brand new body to multilateral body, even the supranational bodies. I think we should here be more cautious, as Dr. Hono mentioned. The Arctic and the Antarctic are quite different case. When Antarctic is the continent, and the Arctic is simply the sea covered by ice. So basically, here we are applying a quite different legal framework. Article 234 of UNCLOS, which maybe the only article could apply how for the Arctic, and all others are quite related to the national jurisdictions of the coastal states. So basically, I'm quite skeptical about any format in the near future could be viewed as some supranational on the supranational level in that direction. By the way, that we already have some multilateral platforms which specifically focused on the scientific cooperation. So, for example, the IASC, International Arctic Science, Committee. So, I would say that we should make the clear distinction when we are talking about Arctic governance and Antarctic governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sakiko, you have the floor to respond, please.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. To follow up the first question very briefly, well, as the Chairman mentioned in the opening remarks, well, environmental changes are also affecting to the South Pole regions, very causing floods and like a landslide and other disasters. So therefore, I think it will be important to apply knowledge and skills and also like educations maybe gained from research activities in the Arctic to the region will be important to solve those problems. And I'm looking forward to the other session regarding the South Pole later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This panel has gone a little bit more than original time, but to wrap up, in order for all of you to have a fresh takeaway, I want to offer probably just a quick point for you to remember. Number one, from the panelist presentation, we recognize currently the Arctic is confronting with a new geopolitical challenge, which beginning of 2022, the strategic landscape is completely changing. Russia is now facing NATO members along the borderline, which is putting tremendous security challenge to Russia. But I think this is a reason why from the panelists, they are not quite optimistic about the near term. The second point is the Arctic issue really cover comprehensive issue. We don't have much time to cover transportation like a shipping route. But obviously, as you can tell, geopolitical challenge, climate change, and also indigenous community, biological material, non-biological material to be explored further. I think these are all the critical points. I want to thank the organizer to continuously putting the Arctic issue as one of the significant panels here. I do hope we can bring such a update analysis to every one of you. But of course, one of the significant part is thinking through the next step in the South China Sea. Probably we can learn the experience, positive and also negative experience in the Arctic, so that maybe we can develop something like a South China Sea Council in the near future to settle all the dispute from here. So with this, please join me to thank our panelists all together, including online, to a wonderful presentation there. Thank you so much for your patience.
谢谢主持人刘福国教授，谢谢所有嘉宾的分享。本议题结束，让我们合影留念一下。好，同时也感谢在场所有嘉宾的聆听。我们今天上午的所有的议题环节就此结束。接下来的时间，请大家稍微休息一下，享用午餐。我们下午的议题将在2点钟准时开始，期待与大家不见不散。
Hello, Professor Nagy. Would you like to do a technical test now?
Okay, just a second.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
So, would you use PowerPoint for presentation?
No, I don't need any PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see you now.
Great. Do I look
yeah.
like Tom Cruise, or do I look like Wang Xishan, or how do I look?
You're cooler than Tom Cruise.
Thank you.
So yeah, it goes well. I think it looks all good. Yeah. So you're in Tokyo?
Yes, I'm in Tokyo.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay. So the time will be good.
I think about 35 minutes will start.
Yes. But maybe it will be a little bit later because people are having lunch and chatting, so they'll be coming back late.
No problem. It's a real pleasure to be able to participate. So please let me thank you and the organizing team for the invitation and all your hard work.
You're welcome. You're most welcome to participate in our conference, and we look forward to welcoming you here maybe next year.
I would very much like that. Thank you again. I just came out of the hospital, so I'm not as mobile as I'd like to, which is why I had to decline this time.
Yeah, I know. So I hope you have already recovered from your surgery. Yeah.
Yes, I'm feeling much better.
Okay. So we'll see you later.
Okay, we'll see you in a little bit. 谢谢你，再见。
谢谢. Thank you for your time. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it, your last name.
Okay.
Are you referring to me?
It seems you didn't turn on your camera now.
Yeah, can you see me now?
Yes, yes, we can see you.
Okay. Yeah, my last name is Bajpayee.
Bajpayee. Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes.
So it looks all good from our
Okay.
end.
Oh,
Yeah.
very good. Okay.
Would you use PowerPoint?
No, I won't be using PowerPoint. No.
Okay, okay. So it's early morning in London?
Yes, it's about 5:45 in the morning.
Oh, really early. Thank you.
No problem. 早上好.
早上好. It's afternoon for us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. So
Thank
we'll
you.
see you later.
See you in 15 minutes. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe a little bit later because people would come back a little bit later from the lunch, the chatting and
Okay.
everything. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I'll stay logged on. So then until it starts, and then I'll switch on
Okay,
my camera.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
亲爱的来宾朋友们，我们的议题即将开始，请大家尽快入座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the session. Please get seated as soon as possible. Thank you. 亲爱的各位嘉宾朋友们，欢迎大家回来。我们现在即将进行的是下午的议题环节，议题7：构建海洋命运共同体，承诺与行动。首先，让我们掌声请出本议题的所有的发言嘉宾，还有主持人，有请。好，请是我们特别为大家介绍本环节的主持人，中国公共外交协会会长吴海龙吴大使，有请。
今天下午很荣幸由我来主持第7个议题的讨论，就是构建海洋命运共同体。当然也很不幸啊，我呢对这个海洋问题呢是个白丁，门外汉啊，没什么研究，有点呢赶着鸭子上架啊。当然我尽我所能啊，把这场讨论呢主持好了啊。当然有人会问，你既然是个白丁，你到这儿来干什么呢？我到这儿来的主要目的就是友情支持我们吴世崇博士的这场会议啊。下面呢，我介绍一下我们参加这次讨论的呢7位嘉宾。当然呢，7位嘉宾里面呢，有2位呢是在线上啊，5位呢是在现场。1位呢就是这个印尼战略国际问题研究中心副主任啊，穆希巴女士，她是我们今天讨论的唯一的一个女士。另外1位呢是瑞东方文化传媒的董事长，浙江大学的兼职教授啊。他也是中国中央电视台原来著名的主持人和播音员啊，杨瑞。另外1位呢是英国皇家国际事务研究所的研究员啊，他是在今天的线上。还有1位呢是越南外交学院南海研究所的研究员，名字呢跟我差不多，叫吴海登。还有1位呢是西南政法大学白泽战略研究院的教授涂花忠。另1位呢是日本国际基督教大学政治与国际研究教授啊，他也是在线上。还有1位是南京大学国际关系学院的副教授马波。现在让我们大家以热烈的掌声欢迎这7位参与讨论的发言者。因为今天下午呢3点半，我们这个会议呢还要举行闭幕式，所以我的压力很大，任务很重，必须在3点半之前把这场讨论呢要结束啊。当然呢还是老规矩啊，每个发言的人不要超过8分钟，当然5分钟更好啊。当然我这个人呢还是比较仁慈的啊，我一般呢不会轻易打断这个发言嘉宾的讨论，但是呢如果超时太长呢，我可能还要做一些干预那么呢我们现在呢就开始讨论大家都知道昨天王毅外长在他的致辞当中呢提到，构建海洋命运共同体呢是构建人类命运共同体的一个重要组成部分。构建海洋共同体，我觉得最重要最核心的问题就是要维护海洋的安全。如果没有海洋的安全，那么海洋命运共同体呢的构建就无从谈起 第二个问题呢，就是要推进海洋的可持续发展，也就是海洋生态的保护、合理的开发和有效的治理。如果我们能够善待、保护和治理海洋，那么呢，使海洋生态免于破坏那么呢，构建海洋命运共同体呢，如果不能做到这样，那么构建海洋命运共同体呢，就成了无本之木、无源之水。第三个呢，就是要共建有益之海洋、文明之海洋。昨天王毅外长呢也提到了这个海洋呢把各个国家都连接了起来，使各国命运与共，没有一个国家可以孤悬海外、独善其身。因此呢，各国必须在海洋问题上要保持交流互鉴、友好互动。我觉得这是构建海洋命运共同体的一个基础。好，下面呢，我想就请我们7位发言嘉宾分别谈谈他们对如何构建海洋命运共同体的看法。首先呢，我请印尼的我们这次讨论的唯一的女士来做第一个发言，有请。
A very good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'd like to begin by, as the other previous speakers, congratulating Dr. Wu Shichun for the convening of this wonderful symposium today and yesterday, a very successful event indeed. Thank you for the invitation. I'm especially happy to be part of this last session. I think a lot of it has been discussed throughout this, 1.5 days since yesterday. But I do think that this last session also presents a very important topic that we have to discuss. If you look at the agenda, the booklet of the event that was circulated to all of you, you find that for this particular session, there are 3 key questions. If I may, I'd like to focus on the third question that is written for this session, which is how can developing countries play a role in shaping the emerging global ocean order? So I hope my other fellow panelists can discuss the other 2 sessions, but if I may, I'd like to focus only on this very last question because I think that's a very important question. I'd like to argue that developing countries do play a crucial role in shaping the emerging global ocean order by leveraging their unique maritime resources, advocating for equitable policies, and contributing to sustainable practices. I'd like to offer 6 ways that I see developing countries can actively influence global ocean governance framework. Number 1 is by advocating for equitable resource access. This would include, of course, promoting the blue economy. Developing countries like Indonesia, where I'm from, many of these countries have vast exclusive economic zones, so they can push for international frameworks that ensure equitable sharing for marine resources. This includes advocating for fair access to fisheries, seabed minerals, marine biodiversity under the UNCLOS. And they can also, advocate for equity in marine research and technology transfer. Developing nations in this regard can demand greater access to marine research and technology to benefit from advanced ocean mapping, resource extraction, and conservation techniques. Number 2, they can also contribute in terms of strengthening regional collaboration, which is also something that Indonesia has been doing. We've heard a lot about South-South cooperation mentioned throughout this 1.5 days. Definitely, developing countries can collaborate regionally to manage shared resources. Examples include, of course, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA, Africa's Blue Economy Strategy, which emphasize collective action to safeguard regional marine interests. And also there are examples of regional fisheries management organizations. Number 3 is by contributing to sustainable practices. Now, this is a difficult issue for many of developing countries, but definitely something that they can contribute in. This would include issues like marine conservation leadership. Many developing countries, such as those in the Coral Triangle, Indonesia, Philippines, are custodians of significant biodiversity. So their initiatives to establish marine protected areas and adopt sustainable fishing practices can serve as global models. Number 4 is engaging in climate and ocean governance. This include issues like addressing climate change impacts and championing fair financing. Coastal and island nations are particularly vulnerable to sea level rise and ocean warming. So by forming coalitions such as the Alliance of Small Island States, they can advocate for stronger international commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and fund climate adaptation projects. Number 5 is leveraging UNCLOS and global fora. Developing nations can leverage UNCLOS to assert their rights over their exclusive economic zones and resist exploitation by larger powers. This includes ensuring compliance with sustainable practices in the High Seas Treaty negotiations under BBNJ. We've discussed a lot about BBNJ throughout this 1.5 days, and also by active participation in global negotiations. Number 6, and the last one, is partnering with international organizations. This should include issues like capacity building and funding, and also private-public partnerships. Now, allow me to also give some examples from Indonesia, because that's where I'm from, and the practices that Indonesia's been doing is something that I'm a bit familiar of. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelagic state, 17,000 islands, maritime territory covering approximately 6.4 million square kilometers. So of course, this vast maritime domain plays a critical role in the nation's economy, security, and cultural identity. I'd like to say that Indonesia has actively contributed to shaping the global ocean order since the 1980s, when we took part in the negotiation or the work towards the UNCLOS, of course. And until now, I'd like to present some key examples of Indonesia's initiatives and action. First, in terms of leadership in regional maritime cooperation, Indonesia is a founding member of the Coral Triangle Initiative, CTI, involving 6 countries to preserve the biodiversity of Coral Triangle. Indonesia is also a key member of IORA, as I mentioned, and there Indonesia promotes regional cooperation on maritime security, blue economy, and development, and we hosted the IORA Summit in Jakarta in 2017. Secondly, Indonesia has also been very active in combating IUU fishing. Some of our policies since 2014 has been, reported in various kinds of writings. Since 2014, Indonesia has taken strong action against IUU fishing in its waters. And also Indonesia works with organizations like the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission to also combat IUU fishing. The third one, Indonesia has also been very active in its advocacy for climate and ocean health on various platforms like the UN Ocean Conference and also marine conservation areas. Number 4, Indonesia has also been very active in the implementation of sustainable blue economy practices. For example, Indonesia introduced a quota-based fisheries management system to ensure sustainable exploitation of its vast fishery resources. And also the government has been promoting marine ecotourism in regions like Raja Ampat on the eastern part of Indonesia, showcasing its potential to integrate economic development with conservation. And lastly, Indonesia has also been active in participating in global negotiations and collaborations in marine technology. So we mentioned about UNCLOS and BBNJ negotiations, where Indonesia also plays a critical role, advocating for equitable benefit sharing from marine genetic resources. In terms of marine research and monitoring, Indonesia collaborates with international organizations to develop advanced ocean monitoring technologies. So what do all this relate to our, main theme for this session, which is on the, shared future? And I do think that, China has this concept, China has these ideas, but I do think that all developing countries should and can play an equal role in terms of presenting their own ideas and also contributing into the realization of this common future for the use of the ocean, for a maritime community. And this idea has been existing in countries like Indonesia. For example, Indonesia issued our Indonesian ocean policy back in 2017, which means that we have been since then working very closely and very actively into promoting a more active global engagement into creating the shared future along with other developing countries of the world. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much for the time.
非常感谢穆希班女士刚才所做的发言在她的发言当中，她介绍了这个推动构建海洋命运共同体的6个方面的建议，同时呢，她也介绍了印度尼西亚在推动海洋共同体格局方面所做的一系列的工作下面呢，我请第2位杨瑞先生发表他的高见，请大家欢迎。
Thank you. I not only have the honor of having an elegant Indonesian woman sitting next to me, but I was able to interview a female president, former president of Indonesia, Megawati, in the hometown of Kongzi, Confucius. So, congratulations on the peaceful transformation of Indonesia from dictatorship to a liberal democracy and from military to civilian rules in the wake of the Cold War. Very good example. And thank you, Mr. Wu, for the invitation and for bringing media perspectives to the conference. Many years ago, we had noticed the negative impact of French nuclear testing in the South Pacific and the sensational fraudulent sinking of the Rainbow flagship, Japan's winning as well as ensuing protests, intensive surveillance missions, and sea drilling. I've also noticed the front page story of a peaceful solution to the Bay exactly 20 years ago between China and Vietnam over continental shelf, the EEZ, and territorial sovereign waters. Both governments are committed to further peaceful consultation, setting an example to negotiations with the Philippines. Let me come back to the theme of this conference. The dual theme of security and development features prominently in the 21st maritime century. China, a beneficiary of existing world order and globalization, seeks to assume leadership, not primacy, through the maritime arm of a BRI, or Belt and Road Initiative for Public Good. And the Global South is very happy. We prioritize prevention of environmental degradation of the sea, slow down of global warming based on low carbon expansion, compliance with the ocean laws such as UNCLOS and DOC on prospects of the South China Sea, fighting piracy and protecting safety of sea lanes in the Gulf of Aden. But I have also noticed the international arbitration, media fanfare, and abusive interpretations. I'm a media person. I know this. Regarding co-prosperity, joint efforts need to be made to protect living and non-living marine resources to prevent excessive fishing, work jointly in developing fossil energy and minerals, polar power generation, and medical values. Given the severe water scarcity, China has developed the technological know-how in desalination, seeking to promote Antarctic and Arctic exploration and boost maritime commerce and tourism in an age of global warming. China's responsibility as major power or major responsible stakeholder deserves or merits attention. Look, for years, status of China as a major sea power has been underestimated since the Ming Dynasty, which had imposed a ban on ocean-going, resulting in lackluster trade due to underdevelopment and civil chaos. China has roughly 3 million square kilometers of sea under its administration, and 18,000 kilometers seashore and 7,300 big and small islands. Our geographic map of sovereignty covers numerous streets, bays, islets, and shoals. These are assets of sovereignty. I don't trust the media as much as scientists and legal experts. China becomes the biggest world trading power and fosters world economic recovery by up to 30% for a while in times of recession. 95% of global trade gets carried by sea for my country. Enormous fossil fuel supplies come from oil-rich Gulf states via the Indian Ocean. China's Blue Water Navy provides security protection to the safety of maritime trade. China, the biggest shipbuilder, accounts for 55% of world market shares and receives orders of nearly 75% world total between January and September in 2024. Transformation of Chinese armed forces from continental to maritime power is well underway. PLA Blue Water Navy rises fast. A P5 member of UN Security Council, China contributes most blue helmet forces and provides second biggest amount of peacekeeping financing. Our maritime BRI is considered an opportunity, not a threat. China's reemergence as maritime power shores up interconnectivity, flow of goods and services. We guarantee sea security, such as international escorting in the Gulf of Aden of the Red Sea. We have initiated proposals for world partnerships as principal maritime stakeholder. Major residing maritime powers will have to come to terms with new realities. China supports centrality of ASEAN to handle regional security and calls for dialogue to ease tensions in South China Sea. We are watching out for external intervention and the media crusade to discredit China using rhetorics of assertiveness over and over. But the Trump administration in the next 4 years will generate more unpredictability and headlines on the back of the latest unrest in Filipino domestic politics. China stands ready to see a peaceful, friendly, and cooperative South China Sea. Noteworthy is the recent resumption of male-to-male hotlines between the two largest militaries to manage crisis following the dramatic stampede of espionage balloon. It's a positive message to avoid accidental shots. Thank you.
谢谢杨瑞先生的发言啊，他从一个资深的媒体人的角度，谈了他对海洋问题的关切啊，以及他对海洋安全、海洋贸易、海上丝绸之路、海洋对话以及外国媒体对中国啊在南海的行为的一些报道。下面呢，我请第3位，也就是西蒂迪巴伊帕伊先生发言，他是在线上。
Ni hao. Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning from London in the United Kingdom. Zhao Shenghao. Apologies, I cannot be there in person, but it's a pleasure to speak to this audience today on the subject of building a maritime community with a shared future. As a scholar of India and South Asia, my remarks will focus primarily on looking at the maritime domain through an Indian lens with a particular focus on the Indian Ocean region. So maritime Asia has emerged as a new geopolitical frame of reference in recent years as the nations of the region have evolved into major trading and resource-consuming powers with economic growth contingent on seaborne trade. And this comes as the maritime domain has emerged as a prominent sphere of cooperation amid a shared interest in maintaining the free flow of trade and transport, the need for a joint approach in addressing humanitarian disasters, and mutual concerns in combating issues of maritime piracy, illicit trafficking, and the latent threat of maritime terrorism. India has been no exception to this, with 95% of its total external trade by volume, 75% by value now conducted by sea, more than 80% of its oil imports transiting the maritime domain. India also has very direct experience with the risks emanating from the maritime domain, as evidenced by the Mumbai terrorist attacks, which took place in November 2008, in which the terrorists infiltrated the city via sea routes. Indian nationals are also among the leading source of the world's seafarers. And this demonstrates the need to protect against maritime threats, both along India's 7,500-kilometer coastline and 2 million square kilometer exclusive economic zone, and also in the maritime global commons along vital sea lines of communication. The Indian Navy has come a long way from the days when it was perceived as a threat to regional stability and security. In the late 1980s, several Asian countries had expressed concerns about India's military modernization efforts. These concerns would gradually dissipate as India demonstrated its status as a responsible naval power, as well as promoting greater transparency about its military modernization efforts and reaffirming the absence of territorial ambitions in the region. India has sought to contribute to building a maritime community by stepped-up cooperation in areas of military training, joint exercises, coordinated patrols, port calls. For instance, India has hosted the Milan Naval Meeting since 1995. It hosted an international fleet review in 2016. It's also spearheaded and been part of several regional initiatives that have aimed to strengthen maritime confidence building. This includes the Indian Ocean Rim Association, which was established in 1997, the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, which was established in 2008. The emphasis on maritime security has found newfound importance under the current Indian government led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It unveiled an initiative known as SAGAR, which stands for Security and Growth for All in the region. This was unveiled in 2015 as a means of strengthening maritime connectivity and developing the blue economy. Prime Minister Modi also announced the establishment of an Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative in 2019. And this aims to create a safe, secure, stable, prosperous, and sustainable maritime domain. Humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations have also been a catalyst for improving the image of the Indian Navy in the region. From assistance following the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004, to the Indian Navy deploying vessels to 15 countries during the COVID pandemic to provide assistance, to protecting commercial shipping from Somali piracy in the Gulf of Aden and Houthi drone and missile attacks in the Red Sea, as well as rescuing its own nationals and those from neighboring countries from conflict zones in Yemen, Sudan, and elsewhere. In December 2018, India commissioned an Information Fusion Center, IOR, which collaborates with 50 maritime agencies in 25 countries with the mission of advancing maritime safety and security. All of this has essentially helped India to position itself as a first responder or a net or preferred security provider for countries in the region. India has also consistently advocated for maintaining freedom of navigation and the peaceful settlement of maritime disputes in accordance with international law. Speaking at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called for a common rules-based order for the region. India has also sought to lead by example by settling its maritime boundary dispute with Bangladesh using the dispute settlement mechanism of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. However, there are several challenges on the horizon, as countries in the region have come to see the maritime domain in increasingly Mahanian terms, with an emphasis on competitive naval diplomacy while moving away from a traditionally defensive maritime posture. We can see this with the focal point of regional conflict shifting from the continental to the maritime space, as noted by the contrast between the land wars that dominated Asia during the Cold War and the plethora of maritime territorial disputes that have flared up in the post-Cold War period. The potential erosion of the United States' role as a sea-based balancer also demonstrates the need for a new maritime architecture led by the region's major powers. To conclude, I wanted to illustrate the challenges and opportunities of building a maritime community by looking at the specific example of the China-India relationship. A maritime dialogue was established between both countries in 2016, but progress has been slow in trying to operationalize this initiative, given the downturn in the bilateral relationship, particularly after the border tensions that skirmishes, which took place in June of 2020. At the heart of this is the history of difficult relations between both countries, given their long-standing territorial dispute. And this creates the risk of horizontal escalation, with a potential spillover of tensions along their land border into the maritime domain. And this comes amid the broader transformation of the China-India relationship from a largely continental-based interaction to one that is increasingly taking place in the maritime domain, whereby both countries have emerged as major naval powers and with ambitions and capabilities to project power into each other's maritime peripheries. So China into the Indian Ocean region and India into the South China Sea. And this sets the stage for a security dilemma, whereby even benign actions by either power is perceived as a threat to regional interest, or either country's interests. If there's any silver lining in all of this, it is that the rise of China and India as major naval powers does not preclude the possibility of both countries developing a more cooperative dynamic in protecting the maritime global commons. The coordination between both countries on their anti-piracy patrols in the Gulf of Aden in the late 2000s can be seen as evidence of a potential for a more cooperative dynamic in the China-India maritime relationship. Both countries maintain a symbiotic relationship in the maritime domain. The fact that more than 85% of China's oil imports flow through the Indian Ocean, while more than almost 60% of India's trade goes through the Malacca and Singapore Straits, alludes to the possibility of mutual interdependence forming the basis for cooperation between both countries in the maritime domain. One former Indian National Security Advisor and Foreign Secretary has proposed a maritime global concert in which China, India, and other major naval powers would have collective responsibility for protecting public goods in the maritime domain. All of these developments come as the strategic geography of the region has been redefined as the expanded Indo-Pacific, blurring the divide and strengthening interlinkages between the Indian Ocean region and the Western Pacific, creating a single strategic space centered on the South China Sea. But as the example of the China-India relationship illustrates, any cooperation in the maritime domain must be preceded by confidence building in the broader strategic relationships. Let me stop there. Obviously, I look forward to the discussion and questions. Thank you.
谢谢巴以潘毅先生刚才所做的发言。我想呢，他是从一位印度学者的角度谈了对海洋安全包括海洋恐怖主义、打击海盗以及海上贸易蓝色经济的一些看法。当然，我听下来以后呢，他可能最担忧的是中印关系，担心中印关系 从陆上的冲突变成海上的争端当然他也提出了双方需要解决和克服的问题当然他的这种担忧呢我们是可以理解的但是我相信中国和印度作为东方的两个文明大国我们一定有智慧有能力 能够解决好两国的矛盾和分歧。好，下面呢，我请另一位发言者，就是越南外交学院南海研究所的研究员吴海登先生发言。大家欢迎。
Who is the biggest troublemaker in the South China Sea? Can I say the truth, Mr. Chair, Wu Xunshan? The truth is the biggest troublemaker in the South China Sea is Mr. Wang Weiguo. Sorry, Wang Xunshan. More precisely, the role that he plays, the king of the celestial palace. Or in Chinese, you call it Yu Huang. In Vietnamese, you call it Ngọc Hoàng. And in English, God. Just 3 months ago, he sent us Typhoon Yagi, which swept through Philippines, China, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, and Vietnam, causing more than 16 billion USD in damage, and most seriously, killing more than 800 people. That was not the biggest natural disaster that our region have ever known. The biggest natural disaster that our region have ever known is actually occurred in China less than 100 years ago. The Yangtze River floods, which unfortunately killed more than 4 million people. If you look back at our history, natural disasters has destroyed an entire city, Pompeii, even an entire empire, Akkadian empire, or worse, even an entire species, dinosaurs. Unfortunately, Asia is the most disaster-prone region in the world, where 45% of the world disaster occur. Last year alone, we experienced 79 natural disasters of all kind, and with climate change, things just going to become worse. So since we talk about a marine community with shared future, I would like to have a very gloomy prediction for our shared future. It would be similar to our dinosaur friends because of natural disaster. However, humans are very stubborn, and we do not accept our fate. And in Chinese, I think you say, 我们不甘心. That's the reason why ASEAN takes natural disaster management very seriously. We have a committee on natural disaster. We have a ministerial meeting on disaster management. We have an agreement on disaster management and emergency response. We have a coordinating center for humanitarian assistance on disaster management. And we have a disaster management emergency relief fund. For your information, the 13th of October is the ASEAN Day for Disaster Management. ASEAN and China cooperation in disaster management was quite recent. However, it's one of the fastest growing cooperation area between the two sides. In 2020, we have the ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management plus China. In 2021, we have the ASEAN-China Ministerial Meeting on Disaster Management. In 2022, we started the negotiation for the ASEAN-China Center for Emergency Management Cooperation. And just a few days ago, we organized the 4th ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Disaster Management plus China. So now I would like to provide some suggestions on how we can improve ASEAN and China cooperation to protect the region's shared future against natural disasters. So first, I think we could create a South China Sea Typhoon Regional Data Sharing Center, because every year the South China Sea receives about 10 typhoons. So if every country in the region could share their data about those typhoons, I think we're going to have a complete picture of those typhoons. We could conduct regular exercises in natural disaster response at regional scale. So every year, China and ASEAN have annual maritime exercise. Now we can organize exercise specifically relating to natural disaster management at the regional scale. As such, I think we're going to be more prepared when natural disaster strikes in the future. We could establish natural disaster emergency hotlines. So I think we have 2 hotlines in the South China Sea, but both concerning with human disaster. I think one is for incident at sea and another one for fisheries. I think it's time for us to have a hotline for natural disaster emergencies to help us to deal with disaster more efficiently. We could share emergency facilities and equipment throughout the region. Emergency facilities and equipment are expensive, and we do not know when we're going to need them and how much we're going to need them. So I think it will be more cost effective and it will be more faster if we can share our facilities and equipment. Like for example, if after a storm, we need a lot of tents and we don't have enough tents, we can borrow from our neighbors and then we can return to them later. As such, I think we can have more time and more effectiveness in dealing with natural disasters together. We could promote humanitarian treatment of seafarers in distress. I think the most vulnerable people when natural disaster strikes are our seafarers and our fishermen. So we should encourage our rescue forces to lend them a help, to assist them whenever they are in distress. I think it's in compliance with the gentleman's spirit, or we call it in Chinese, 君子 spirit, right? In Vietnamese, 君tử, is to help other people. But I think last but not least, the most urgent thing that you have to do is to find an acronym for the ASEAN-China Center for Emergency Management Cooperation. For the ASEAN Coordinating Center for the Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Management, we have the acronym of AHA Center. So for the ASEAN-China Center for Emergency Management Cooperation, I would like to suggest the acronym of MC Center. It's short and it's effective to remember. Am I right, Madam MC? Where is she? To conclude, I think that together we can change our shared future. Remember my gloomy prediction for our shared future? With cooperation, with joint efforts, I think we can change it into this. Even though I'm not sure which future I would prefer. Thank you.
Thank you, 吴海登先生。他刚才的发言重点 是讲了怎么应对海洋的天灾他特别呢提了很多建设性的建议就是中国和东盟怎么共同合作来应对海洋的灾害，包括呢建立这个南海的台风区自然灾害管理中心以及紧急热线等等。我想他这些建议呢还是非常有意义的。当然在这个处理海洋问题的时候大概我们既要应对天灾，更要应对人祸，有时候人祸呢比天灾还厉害，所以呢在解决海洋问题的时候呢，我们可能既要看到天灾，又要看到人祸。好，下面呢我请另一位发言的就是涂华忠教授，请涂华忠教授发言。
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much again to give me such kind of glorious opportunity to be here to address topic on how to promote the cooperation between China and our neighboring countries on South Asia Sea. So as for me, whenever I heard the cooperation again and again, so how to cooperate? How is it possible to cooperate? So whenever I hear this word, so I have to mention some of my personal experience. I traveled so many countries, including the United States, Australia, and Japan. And those countries are developed countries, right? And I also went to so many developing countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Myanmar, right? And I found a very interesting phenomenon. That is, there are so many talented and smart Chinese students to further their degree, also to get their PhD or had a job, something like that, in developed countries. However, there are only a few talented Chinese students to go to the developing countries to get their degree. This is very interesting. I can still recall where Kenya, around 8 years ago, when I went to Sri Lanka, only one Chinese student there. So the same working here. So how is it possible for us to cooperate? Because we're asking about those developing countries, what are thinking about, what's their opinion, what's their standpoint, government, especially some of our friends from Iran and from Philippines, from Indonesia, Malaysia. But only a few Chinese students went there, want to get a degree. So we don't know much more about them, am I right? So after those students go to their degree from those developing countries, it's very hard for them to join our government or to join Institute of South China Sea institution, something like that. So it's really hard for us to negotiate, to cooperate. So I think the first step is that before the cooperation, we have to send more Chinese students to those countries to know more about each other, to know more about them, right? I think the situation is quite the same, just like very common in Southeast Asia or in Latin America or Africa. As mentioned working here yesterday, we have only one ocean. The ocean can guide us to every year of this world, to every corner of this world. So what will happen in case we meet our friends from Iran, from Malaysia, from Africa, from Latin America? Disputes, conflicts, crises, wars. Those wars does not meet our interest, right? So in my opinion, I think we have to send more Chinese students, talented students to the developing countries. And those countries and those developing countries should send more your students to our university. So we can learn much more about you and you can know much more about us. So I think this best way or the fundamental way to solve the disputes or to solve the misunderstanding step by step. So I think I have to end my speech right here. Thank you much. Thank you.
谢谢杜华忠教授，他的发言呢，重点是讲了一个问题，就是希望有更多的中国学生到发展中国家去学习、去深造，同时呢，也希望发展中国家有更多的学生到中国来学习和深造，通过这样的一个方式。 来进一步拉近中国与发展中国家、发展中国家与中国的相互了解、相互理解和相互信任。谢谢涂教授。下面呢，我请这个 Stephen Nage 日本国际基督教大学政治与国际研究的教授，他在线上发言。好，现在请你发言。
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to share some ideas with all of you. And my sincere thanks to the organizers for putting on such an interesting and stimulating session. I'd like to break down my points into four, trying to address this idea of building a maritime community with a shared future. The 4 points are which maritime community for a shared future? Second, what are some potential formulas for cooperation or how to govern? 3, what are some functional areas for cooperation? And then lastly, I'd like to touch upon the idea of the role of developing states in the order building process. I think the first question is very important for us to consider. Which maritime community are we talking about? In the previous session, we had some discussions about the Arctic, the Antarctic, but we also have other maritime communities such as the Indian Ocean, the East China Sea, Sea of Japan, the South China Sea, of course, where Professor Wu was focusing on in terms of cooperation, the Pacific Islands and other areas. There is an interesting question. Do we need to be everywhere at the same time, or should we have a regional focus in terms of how we concentrate our resources to build capacity and to build public goods to create stability in our backyard or in our regional environment? In that sense, I think it's important for us to consider having a more regional focus on how we think about cooperation. And this pivots to my second idea or my second point of what formula for cooperation. Do we consider large-scale multilateral cooperation as an effective way to manage, for example, the Indian Ocean or the South China Sea or the Pacific Islands? Or do we take a mini-lateral approach where we bring in the immediate stakeholders to address some of the issues within that region? So mini-lateral approaches to cooperation generally allow for more alignment, for more shared interests with a regional focus, and often there's more shared cultural and historical understandings of a region. In this sense, it's easy to imagine Southeast Asian countries, perhaps China and Japan, to be cooperating in the South China Sea because they're such close neighbors. They have a long history of trade and engagement, and the priorities for them are and continue to be peace and stability in the sea lines of communication that go through these regions. So what are those core areas of functional cooperation that we could engage in mini-lateral cooperation? And again, Dr. Wu from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam mentioned some of them, but illegal, unregulated, undocumented fishing would be a particular area of cooperation. Search and rescue, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, environmental cooperation, and of course, development. All of these go hand in hand with maritime community building. And of course, when we pivot from the Indian Ocean to the South China Sea to the Pacific Islands, they all have slightly different needs, again, speaking to the need to have a more regional approach to thinking about how we develop maritime communities. In this sense, when we pivot to this question about how developing countries can help contribute to order, in particular in the maritime environment, I think we can think about developing countries being important translators or interpreters of the regional needs. Using the example of the Pacific Islands, of course, they're faced with existential threats from climate change and the environment. Their needs are slightly different than I think the countries in the South China Sea or countries in the East China Sea and the Sea of Japan. And as a result, we need to listen to and speak to those Pacific Island nations to find out what their regional needs are and how can we perhaps provide some assistance to them. And here I think Professor Tu made a very good case for the importance of educational exchanges. So we build those important platforms of mutual understanding that take place in our universities and in our people-to-people exchanges. In this sense, I think a mini-lateral approach to dealing with maritime challenges and maritime community building will continue to be very important through consultation and listening to the regional stakeholders. And by listening to regional stakeholders, in particular those developing countries, we can get a much better sense of the challenges they face, the visions that they have, and how we can contribute. Lastly, in terms of a suggestion of how we can move forward in terms of building institutions that can bring some stability and again, enhance maritime community building, I think there's a strong case for building a maritime cooperative initiative within different regions. And these can be an international association or a regionally focused international organization that gets resources from larger countries, whether it's China, the United States, Japan, and the EU, but it's managed by those regional stakeholders. And this avoids some of the great power political challenges that we face and allows those regional stakeholders, whether it's the Pacific Islands, the South China Sea area, in the Indian Ocean, to start to think about how they can develop regional solutions, but leverage some of the resources that can be deployed by states such as China, the United States, the EU, and Japan, who have more experience, more resources, and perhaps more capability to deal with some of the challenges that exist in terms of building maritime communities, enhancing stability, and dealing with the challenges of governing those maritime spaces. So lastly, just to reiterate, we need to define what the maritime community is. We need to discover or think about the formulas of cooperation. Is large-scale multilateralism the right formula, or should we think about regionally focused minilateralism? What are the functional areas of cooperation that we could be thinking about? And then lastly, really listening to those developing countries, understanding their needs, getting them to act as translators and interpreters for the challenges they face, and trying to establish a maritime cooperative initiative that is supported by larger, more developed countries, but managed and those resources directed by developing countries to solve their maritime community challenges that they're facing. Again, thank you very much.
谢谢 Stephen Nugget 他的发言当中呢讲了4个重要的观点特别是呢提出来要建设什么样的共同体海洋命运共同体包括哪些东西另外呢他在他的发言当中一再强调在构建海洋命运共同体的方面一定要倾听发展中国家的意见，发挥发展中国家的作用。作为一个来自发达国家的学者他能提出特别强调这样一个问题我还是非常欣赏的。当然呢，他也谈到要避免大国包括像中国、美国日本这些大国呢对地区海洋事务的卷入和干涉。当然这个范围呢可能太大了。中国呢确实是个大国，但是呢对地区海洋事务呢恐怕干涉的呢不是中国，而是其他国家或是其他国。所以大概这个问题呢我们还有进一步探讨的值得研究的余地。好。下面呢，我请最后一位发言者，南京大学国际关系学院副教授马博。 请大家欢迎。
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Wu, for chairing this section, and thank you, Chairman Wu, for extending the invitation to me. Since I got here, I saw as you actively conduct some public diplomacy. So last night I drank a lot of wine. I noticed that that's a very good French wine, so I propose maybe next year the organizer can prepare some Chinese liquor, which is more like a localized cuisine or drinks. Also, as a country, we believe in collective wisdom. So I asked my students to prepare the slides for me to demonstrate that we're a team. So my talk here will be a little bit abstract. I would like to share with you my own understanding about a maritime community of shared futures from a Chinese perspective. I believe that history and the cultures matters for a country. So that's why I think I become a constructivism. I believe national identity can greatly shape a country's thought, particularly when the leaders think in this way, a country's direction will go from this way. I think in our country, China's maritime strategy reflects a very unique blend of culture, heritage, historical experience, and the modern aspirations. I'll get to the details. I think first, as the central state in the traditional Asia tribute system, China has long held a position of so-called benign leaderships, fostering stability and orders in the region. So this is not just from our Chinese studies, but a lot of American and Western scholars share this feeling that the Chinese tribute system provides a lot of stabilities in history compared to the Western affiliate systems. So I think these institutional memories of being a benign empires continues to shape today's China's vision of responsible leadership in the maritime domain. Secondly, I think let's not forget about the painful experience of imperialism have left China with a profound sense of historical victimhood. Western scholars also name this as a victimhood identity. China suffered its so-called 100 years of humiliation starting from 1840s. Right? So this experience, this painful experience, have forced a deep mistrust of Western powers and a strong identification with other nations that have similarly suffered from colonialism and imperialism. So this shared historical experience underpin China's solidarity with the global South state at this moment, and is emphasized on the national sovereignties and the territorial integrities. The third point is the Chinese regime, the current one, born from a national liberation movement against foreign dominations, remains steadfastly opposed to the hegemonic power of war of conquest. So with this Chinese identity and the historical experience in our mind, I think it greatly shaped China's current behavior in the maritime domains. First, I found China's is hypersensitive over sovereignty issues. Maybe all our neighboring states who suffer from a similar experience in history share their concerns. So China's history of territory encroachment has made sovereignty a core concern in its maritime policies. So any perceived threats are met with strong resistance. Second, I think China is very assertive about national autonomy and independence. So this is also logical from the first point. Once you suffer from this territorial loss and encroachment by the imperialism power. The third one is China always conduct defensive postures. The Confucian heritage promote peace and diplomacy, and China's maritime strategy reflect a defensive stance, favoring negotiation over force. So military action is the last resort. Number 4. So China tend to do conflicts avoidance and non-alignment
So its own history as a stabilizing force in Asia in the tribute system and its opposition to imperialism leads to a preference for conflict avoidance. So in the maritime domains, China supports a multipolar order promoting cooperation and non-alignment to avoid hegemonic competition. Yeah. The last one, I think, is China believes pluralism within the so-called liberal international world order we're living. So while benefiting from the liberal international order, China advocates for reforms that align with its own interest. In maritime security, it supports multilateral mechanism and the peaceful dispute resolution, opposing unilateral actions that threaten collective security. So finally, I come to putting these things together. I come to this concept and name it as a peaceful internationalism. I believe current Chinese view is to conduct its own foreign policy, particularly in the maritime domain, is both peaceful and also has internationalism in its man. So it aligns with key principle of the global order. We believe open markets, believe free trade, we believe corporations and the rule of law. So these are vital for maritime security and sustainable use of marine resources. However, China's vision goes further by emphasizing respect for diverse political system and opposing the imposition of norms through coercion, which we have been seeing in the past few years, right, by the external countries. So I think finally, China advocates for an inclusive, non-hegemonic maritime order where all nations cooperate to address common challenges like piracy, environmental degradation, and equitable resource use, as our panel speaker just mentioned, the crisis and the concern we all have. So in conclusion, building a maritime community with a shared future requires all of countries in these regions and maybe all of countries in the world to cooperate and to have a mutual respect and to deeply believe peaceful in our development. Thank you.
谢谢马博教授啊，他作为一个中国学者，从中国的历史、从中国的文化啊，来阐释了啊，中国为什么啊高度重视领土完整和国家主权啊，为什么要千方百计的啊避免冲突，搞不结盟，为什么要推动啊 多元化的国际秩序啊，等等。好，这个几个发言嘉宾啊，都提了啊自己的看法和建议。下面呢，进入互动环节。进入互动环节呢，我来先提几个问题吧。我看时间呢好像还比较充裕啊。那么第一个问题啊，我是提给这个穆黑巴女士的。 就是印尼作为这个东盟的一个大国，在推动啊东盟与中国的海洋合作方面啊，能发挥哪些重要的作用啊？能发挥哪些 play leading role？ 请这个啊穆希德女士呢回答这个问题，但我给你2到3分钟。
Sure, thank you so much for the question. Indeed, ASEAN-China relations have been very dynamic for the past decades or so, and maritime is a very important part of it. Indonesia is, of course, the largest country in ASEAN, and it's of course part of the maritime Southeast Asia. Which is, I think, of course, maritime issues is something that is very important for Indonesia. So, for example, last year when Indonesia was chair of ASEAN, we promoted a number of issues that is very much maritime centered. So for example, we produced the ASEAN Maritime Outlook, and we also held the ASEAN Maritime Forum and the extended ASEAN Maritime Forum, in which China is a very important part. So I do think that there are elements of maritime cooperation in ASEAN-China relations, and Indonesia has always been the main proponent to promote that.
好，谢谢穆希巴女士的这个发言下面呢，我给杨瑞先生提一个问题吧，因为他是个媒体人嘛媒体人呢，就是我想说的呢，就是在我们这个地区或是叫这个亚太地区在亚太地区在涉海的交流互动、互鉴互学方面，我们还能做一些什么还有哪些地方呢需要进一步的改进？请杨瑞回答。
From day one of the new generation of the Chinese leadership since 14 years ago, one thing that merits public attention is that we deserve credit for constructing a good neighborly ties. And 10+1, for example, our very constructive relationship with the ASEAN and the role of a centrality should be respected and valued as a part of the success in this particular direction. I've been very much impressed by the attention and respect that China pays to the role ASEAN plays in shaping our FTA, as well as in finding a solution to the maritime disputes. Even if we've had the stormy waters with the Philippines currently over Scarborough Shoal, or similarly in other areas of dispute, China still prefers to conduct constructive, diplomatic, peaceful conversation and dialogue with Manila. For years, CGTN, China Global Network, I mean the television, has forged a very close partnership with the media organization of ASEAN. People-to-people relationship and exchanges between China and ASEAN member states have been very good. Taking Vietnam as an example, a few years ago, this relationship with our neighboring country, Vietnam, was a big problem. But the Chinese Communist Party was able to reach out to Hanoi, and through high-profile official visits and exchanges, the two governments have been able to manage the crisis, and we've navigated the course into a very peaceful water, to say nothing of the peaceful solution to the dispute in the Beibu Bay. I think the two governments set a very good example. Thank you.
好，谢谢杨瑞先生。我的另一个问题呢是提给这个白派先生刚才他讲到中国和印度的关系印度对推进海洋合作方面所做的这个大量的工作。那么我想问的就是中印在海洋方面将来可进行哪些可行的合作？印度是一个印度洋的大国，中国是个太平洋的大国这两个大洋的大国如何在海洋方面进行呢合作？
Thank you for that. I'm just awaiting the translation of the question.
好，我再说一遍就是印度呢是一个印度洋的大国，中国是一个太平洋的大国这两个国家将来在海洋方面能够进行哪些可行的 合作。You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, but I'm just waiting. Is there a simultaneous translation in English for the question?
You got it?
No, I haven't received anything yet. Apologies.
那你们翻译再翻译一次吧。哦。What's the problem?
I'm just waiting for the simultaneous translation for the question.
You couldn't hear the simultaneous translation?
Yes, I couldn't hear it in English.
Rajpai, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
The question is, India is a major Indian Ocean country and China is a major power of the Pacific Ocean. What kinds of feasible maritime cooperation do you think the two countries can pursue moving forward? Thank you.
Well, I think as countries that are both emerging and growing increasingly prominent global naval powers, I think that there's definite areas of cooperation. I think both countries see eye to eye on many principles related to the maritime domain. For instance, both countries hold a common position on the issue of freedom of navigation through the exclusive economic zones. Both China and India oppose innocent passage of foreign military vessels through their exclusive economic zones without prior consent. But I think the key point here is the one which I had noted in my remarks, is there is a need for broader confidence building that goes beyond the maritime domain to facilitate real and substantive cooperation. The example that comes to mind, for instance, is the Malacca Straits Patrols Initiative, which we saw over a decade ago in Southeast Asia. And this helped to quell the piracy threat in the South China Sea. This was facilitated by pre-existing confidence-building mechanisms that exist within the member states of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, between the ASEAN nations. In the absence of such confidence building, what ends up happening is that even benign actions by either country are perceived as a threat to the other's interests. So whether it be anti-piracy operations or humanitarian assistance, port calls, or deep sea mining activities. In India, there have been claims or concerns or rhetoric about China pursuing a so-called string of pearls strategy of strategic encirclement through the development of ports, transshipment hubs along its maritime trade routes. And obviously, these are commercially driven projects, but there are concerns in New Delhi that these could be used for military strategic purposes, including resupply, refueling, surveillance. So I think that there are several areas of cooperation, from securing the maritime global commons, from dealing with concerns related to anti-piracy. Both countries had coordinated their operations there to a degree in the Gulf of Aden in the late 2000s, from confronting the latent threat of maritime terrorism, to addressing concerns about sustainable development of the maritime domain. So I think, and developing the blue economy. So there are several areas of potential cooperation, but I think to facilitate that, there needs to be pre-existing confidence building measures that are put in place between both countries to facilitate substantive cooperation. As I mentioned, there was a mechanism or initiative that was introduced between India and China, a maritime dialogue that was established in 2016, but substantive progress has been limited. And I think that's been inhibited by underlying tensions or frictions or mistrust in the bilateral relationship.
谢谢巴伊先生啊，非常感谢你啊，对这个中国和印度啊两个大国在海洋方面的合作所持的乐观的态度。我下一个问题呢是这个提给这个越南外交学院啊南海研究所研究员的吴海登先生。中越呢啊确实在南海问题上存在的一些争端，那么呢，这些争端会不会影响中越在海洋方面的合作？你如何看待中越在海洋合作方面的前景？
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your question. In my opinion, there are conflicts between China and Vietnam in the South China Sea, and at the same time, there are also cooperation between China and Vietnam in the South China Sea. So what we are trying to do is to manage our conflicts to the best, and at the same time to push for our cooperation. And I think on that we have to listen to Lao Tzu. And Lao Tzu has said, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. 千里之行，始无懈. So by at the same time managing our dispute and at the same time conduct our cooperation step by step, I think we can compartmentalize our dispute and to try to manage it and eventually to resolve it. And at the same time to advance our cooperation without affecting our legitimate interest in the South China Sea. Thank you.
好，吴海登先生讲的非常好啊。我们中国和越南啊有着相通的社会制度啊，我们相信我们这两个国家也能够妥善的解决好我们自己啊在海洋问题上的争端，能够携手合作啊，打造一个南海的话呢和平之海。好，我下一个问题呢是提给这个涂华忠教授的。我知道他呢对“一带一路”啊这个海上丝绸之路的合作是有研究的，是吧？那么呢你就讲一讲吧，这个海上丝绸之路啊和这个蓝色海洋的，就是蓝色的经济合作啊，这两者呢怎么能够很好的结合起来？
谢谢主席。I prefer to speak Chinese. So, 对于中国来讲啊，就是我们实际上是一个发展中的大国 ，one still developing countries, and 在全球的话有70%的国家的话都是一个发展中国家。那么在全球的82亿人口里面，有80%是那个发展中国家的人口。那么所以通过海洋，它是可以连接整个所有的那个大陆。那么所以说，一方面的话，我们要鼓励更多的那个合作，经济合作，还有海上贸易，通过那个海洋。另外一方面的话，就是那个像那个蓝色海洋，我们去要资源，要那个发展的空间。谢谢主席。
谢谢。我下一个问题呢是提给 Inaugurated 啊，我想问的是，因为他是一位日本学者嘛，我想问的就是中日在海洋合作方面，你认为呢？现在存在的最大的问题是什么？怎么解决或者克服这些问题？
Thank you very much. Yes, I can. Thank you very much, Chair.
Very good.
I'm a Canadian working in Tokyo, so I'm not a Japanese. But as I look at the two bilateral relationships, I see that there's actual concentric rings of potential cooperation. So the further that we get away from some of the zones of contentious disagreement between Beijing and Tokyo, that we see much more opportunities for cooperation. Let me illustrate this through an example. I think on environmental mitigation in the Pacific Islands, that Japan and China really are largely on the same page of the book. And this is potentially an area where they can cooperate in to try and add some value, public good provision to the Pacific Island states, which are very much faced with existential threats to their national, cultural, and identity existence as climate change continues. But when we pivot back to, for example, the disputed territories in the East China Sea, here this is a more challenging because we have a historical view of these disputed islands from the Chinese point of view, and the Japanese are looking at this through the lens of international law. So we're in many ways looking past each other. Now, in the past, they found an opportunity to agree in terms of joint exploitation of energy resources in and around these disputed territories. And this means that there's an opportunity for cooperation to continue to be built. But that means resuming dialogue and resuming shared understandings of how resources can be jointly managed or jointly exploited so that both sides can, as China often says, enjoy a win-win situation. But this means returning to the dialogue table, again, finding those specific areas of cooperation and trying to ensure that those specific areas of cooperation are protected from the regular ups and downs of the relations between China and Japan.
好，谢谢那给教授啊。日本是一个海洋大国啊，中日呢在海洋方面有很多共同的利益啊。我想这样双方管控好风险啊，特别是秉持互不威胁啊、互利互惠的这么一个原则啊，双方呢在海洋的开发、海洋的管理等方面还是大有可为的。好，我最后一个问题呢是提给南京大学国际关系学院副教授马博的，因为我知道他是研究中美关系的，主要是研究中美关系的。那么呢，我就想问中美关系对亚太地区国家的海洋合作包括中国与东盟国家的合作，会产生多大的影响？
I wish I can first chat GTP it and give us a very good answers. But I recall when I was a student, still in New York City as 2012, when our vice president at that time, President Xi Jinping, visited the U.S. for the first time as a vice president. He said something I remember until now. He said both sides of the Pacific Ocean is bigger enough for both China and the US to live peacefully together and collaborate together. I was really much touched by Vice President Xi at that time say those words. I think now we look back the history. I think President Xi and the Chinese leadership and all the Chinese diplomats has been very, very consistent on insisting this, that still today, I think the ocean is big enough for all the country to live and to prosper together. Yesterday, I had a lunch talk with our Vice Admiral from India, and we had talking about what about China's Indian Ocean strategy and whether India has a Pacific Ocean strategy and so on and so forth. I recall Vice Admiral say, you know what? From a professional Navy officer, we don't consider we have enemies in the oceans. We consider most of the people we encounter in the ocean, they are friends. Yeah, I really felt being touched by those words. So I think that applies to every nation, that applies to China and US, even we're in the hardship of our bilateral relations. But I think with the wishes of both of the leadership and with the people, and I think both nations can find wisdom, conquer those, and live peacefully and prosperous.
May I add a few comments on the question? And yes, I've been talking to many lawmakers, policymakers, military and civilian alike over the past course of 2 decades, be they American or Indian. I was very much impressed by a couple of facts. First of all, during the Biden administration, the outgoing Biden administration, the chief of joint staff made it very clear at a critical moment when joint maneuvers were military maneuvers were being held around Taiwan, the US naval forces. He called his Chinese counterpart twice and said, the military maneuvers or the war game was not intended to intimidate the Chinese Navy. It's not intended to provoke the Chinese armed forces. And this guy ended up attending a congressional hearing, being apologetic a little bit, classifying very hard why it is important for the two militaries to promote mutual trust. He paid a price, but I think he did a good job. And I was told on several occasions by representatives on both sides, the two militaries, that ironically, the two militaries were playing the role of stabilizing force. Usually we say in Chinese, 经贸是两国关系的压舱石. But the mil-to-mil ties ironically became the stabilizing force between the United States and China. I attended the Shangri-La dialogue several times. And once I interviewed a guy who came from the China Department of the Pentagon. He said during the interview, Yang Wei, trust me, whatever headline making stories or media fanfare between the two countries or for the international community, the two militaries had managed to set up a hotline and to assure each other, don't worry, easy, easy. And I talked to Indian guest speakers many, many times over the past years. And one scholar from India said, Yang Wei, despite all the border clashes and front page stories about the frosty ties across the border between our two countries, not a single bullet was fired across the border since 1962. So I believe security mechanisms of whatever forms must have been set up between China with India or the United States. I'm a media guy. I don't trust the media because the media helps shape public perceptions in a sensational way, in a sensational tabloid sold very well, such as Global Times in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In ASEAN, we believe in equality between countries. We believe that a country of the size of Brunei is equal to a country of the size of Vietnam or Indonesia, and that applies both on land and in the ocean. Thank you.
好，谢谢。可能今天呢就没有机会给我们下面的听众了啊。我最后再问我们这个七个参与讨论的发言者一个问题吧，每个人可能你们回答半分钟就够了。就是你们认为在亚太地区或者在太平洋地区构建海洋命运共同体最大的困难和挑战是什么？或是最大的障碍是什么？我看半分钟就够了。Mr. Mushiba, it's your turn.
Sure. I think the biggest challenge would be the lack of mutual trust, which is something that is always very difficult to build. We've tried for years, for example, through the ARF, confidence building measure and so on. But I do think that mutual trust is still very much lacking in the region.
好，我们黑把的这个他的看法就是缺乏互信。那么杨瑞呢？
The holding specter, I'm afraid, is the return of the Cold War.
I believe that the biggest challenge to build a marine community with shared future is Lao Tian, natural hazards.
Natural disaster,
As I mentioned earlier, I think we know only little about our neighboring countries. I think we should encourage more Chinese students to study our neighboring countries. Thank you.
I believe there is
okay, I should ask Mr. Pai Pai to answer this question.
Yeah, I think the other speakers have, I think, covered the key point, but I think mutual trust is key. As I said in my remarks, that we've seen a significant contrast between the focal points for conflict during the Cold War, which were largely confined to the continental space, the Korean War, the China-India border conflict, the Vietnam War, the Sino-Russian border tensions. These are all land-based, continental-based conflicts, and what we've seen in the post-Cold War period is are tensions flaring up in the maritime space. So I think that the key issue here is the maritime domain has become far more significant and strategically important to countries in the region, and it comes at the same time as there's a lack of mutual trust. between key countries?
好，杜教授。
I already answered your question. Thank you. 我回答刚才。
你已经回答了啊。Stephen Nagy, I want to listen to your view.
I think trust, education, and more exchanges between different countries that do have maritime domains is going to be increasingly important to try and find those shared convergences, build trust, and build priorities in terms of what these countries would like to do in terms of building that maritime community in their backyard.
I believe there is a wish, there is a way. Even if it's any obstacle, we should learn the spirit of Yugong, which can move the mountains gradually.
好，谢谢我们7位这个参与讨论的发言人啊。我想因为时间的关系啊，我们这个议题的讨论呢就要到此结束了啊。最后呢，我根据这7位发言者的讨论呢，简单的归纳几个方面啊。一个呢，我觉得在这个海洋安全方面我们还是要坚持维护以海洋法为基础的国际海洋秩序，涉及领土和海洋权益的具体的争议，应该是由这些当事方通过友好协商和平解决。我们要反对海上强权和霸权主义坚决反对外部势力的介入，并破坏了有关国家之间的关系。这个在讨论当中呢，大家基本上都谈到了这一点。第二个呢，就是在海洋可持续发展方面要解决好人类与海洋生态环境和谐共生的这样一个问题要协调平衡地处理好保护、开发与治理三者之间的关系各国要不断地开拓海洋的务实合作，让海洋呢能够更好、更多地造福人类。同时呢，各国要构建更加紧密的蓝色伙伴关系刚才呢，我们在讨论当中有好几位发言者呢都谈到这个问题，要共同促进海洋的高质量、可持续的发展。第三呢，是在建立友好海洋关系方面各国要呢秉持开放包容的精神，加强交流互动，促进民心相通，让海洋成为不同文明之间交流互鉴的一个桥梁和纽带，形成一个相互尊重、和谐共处、共同繁荣的全球海洋观。特别要促进相关国家彼此的互信，这是大家呢共同提到的一个问题。我想这几个方面的话呢，如果做到了、做好了，海洋命运共同体的目标也就可以实现了。好，由于时间的关系呢，对于构建海洋命运共同体的讨论呢，我们就到此为止作为主持人，我要感谢今天参与讨论的7位发言的嘉宾对本议题所做的贡献，同时我要感谢在座的各位的积极参与，谢谢大家。最后呢，我建议台上的5位嘉宾留步咱们take a group photo， 好吧？
好，谢谢吴海龙大使的主持，再次感谢各位嘉宾的分享，让我们合影留念一下。再次感谢你们，请各位嘉宾落座休息，同时也请现场的所有嘉宾朋友们稍等片刻，我们即将进入到大会闭幕仪式。 各位领导、各位嘉宾，时间至此，我们所有的专题议题环节就圆满结束了。再次感谢现场所有嘉宾的参与和聆听。那么现在我们正式进入到闭幕仪式，掌声有请闭幕致辞嘉宾华阳海洋研究中心理事长、中国南海研究院学术委员会主席吴世存，吴理事长有请。
作为会议的组织者，到最后这一刻，最希望看到的场景，是会场仍然济济一堂，但是这种场景一般是很难看到的。当然，在前南那个中改院是我曾经看到过这一幕，但是坚持到最后的参会者，我要向大家表示敬意。我想论坛就要结束了。为期2天，我想谈几点想法或者说感受啊。通过这2天的会议，首先我觉得作为一个会议或者论坛，它作为一个平台，我觉得需要培育，需要坚持，也需要支持。我也经常参加各种形式的国际会议，给我印象最深的就是那些老字号。你像慕尼黑安全会议，今年2月我参加的，已经连续办了60届，所以它的影响力可想而知。60年下来，在那个平台上有多少人？除了总统、总理之外，外交部长和国防部长今年就有40多位，更不要说其他的政要。再一个就是香格里拉对话，在新加坡，就在我们的家门口，也已经连续办了20届。越南主办的南海国际会议，到今年3个月我刚去过，办了16届。从2009年开始啊，这个吴海登博士在这里，我从去年开始，今年连续参加了。所以我说他要培育，从主办方讲，他要坚持。那么主办方他也希望参会方给予更多的支持。我第2点感想，论坛或者会议平台，它要形成吸引力和影响力，就要允许有不同的声音、不同的视角，甚至批评和指责。因此就需要办会方有一个包容的心态，即使可能会被指责。我举一个例子啊，就3个月我在越南参加第16次越南国际会议，因为他的院长和邓廷圭大使已经离开了，因他们只要我去参加他的全体大会第1个发言、第1个session，开放提问。我的演讲结束以后，大多数问题都是从我来的，其中很多都是批评和指责。我觉得这个也很正常，因为我也不是第1次参加他的会议，更不是第1次参加国际会议。当我离开会议酒店的时候，阮雄山副院长专门赶到，因为他在一个岛上面开的会，赶到码头来给我送行的时候，他说，再三向我表示歉意，希望我自己觉得没有被冒犯。所以我想，从我来讲，我觉得这是一个常态，因为我参加这南海问题国际会议，基本上是被质疑、批评、指责，至少到目前为止，我还没有听到一句表扬中国的话。所以这种平和的心态对我来说，作为参会者，我有这样的心态；作为主办方之一，我也应该有这样的包容心态。第3呢，我还是想做一点承诺，因为这个论坛你要持续把它办下去不容易的，我们坚持到现在5年，所以要坚持可持续办会，不能过几年就停了。我们经常有这样的，一开始动静很大， 虎头蛇尾或者有头无尾这样的事情，在我们周围还是经常会见到的。一开始办的时候也投入不少的人力资源甚至资金，所以我想我至少现在我还是有这样的信心和信念。既然这个头已经开了，我经常跟我的同事讲，开店容易，维持店面常开难，所以这就需要坚持下去。不能过几年大家明年再到这来的时候没人了。我相信至少我现在在有关各方支持下牵头的这个平台，承诺不会出现这样的情景。第二个就是坚持包容办会，只有包容才会有吸引力，只有包容才会对那些持有不同观点的人、专家、学者、代表，甚至于外交官有吸引力。只有包容，才会时间越来越长，同行越来越多，共识也才会越来越多，分歧才可能会越来越少。分歧不可能，或者说不一定会越来越少，但是存在这种可能。你不交流，你不互动，那就根本没有可能。但是交流互动就有这样的可能，减少分歧。第三个坚持，坚持与时共进，不断创新。在议题的设置、议程的优化、交流互动的模式，都应该创新，都应该对标国际主流办会的形态。我感在座的有一些同事、专家学者，可能从第一届一直到今年这届5年连续参加，可能也会感受到我们也在创新，也在进步。因为我参加的国际会议，我索性也要学别人，也要看我们和别人的差距在哪。所以这就是我们感到压力，我和我的团队感到有压力的地方。你要学别人的，尤其是议题的创新。所以我们这5年在不断的进行探索，不断的学习，不断的创新。最后，我想要感谢感谢参会代表积极参与、宝贵的支持，有价值的贡献。现场还有演讲嘉宾和听会者，从早听开幕式，后台平台就告诉我，开幕式昨天在线上面就有500多听会的代表，所以我要感谢各方的支持啊。另外，我作为主办方之一我在这里我代表华阳海洋研究中心和中国南海研究院对另外2个重要的办会方，一个基金会中国海洋发展基金会，他们有别的说今天已经提醒回京了。那么海南自贸港研究院池珀林院长人在这里，他们给的支持是多方面的有经费上面的，有智力方面的，也有人力资源这下面就做了不少海南自贸港研究院的研究人员和同行们，所以要感谢他们的宝贵支持。再一个就是我的工作团队，这个团队由中国南海研究院和华阳海洋研究中心组成的一个混合的工作团队，人不多，规模不大。以陈萍萍为代表，你可以起立给大家展示一下，在幕后确实做了很多的事，我要感谢他们和大家的联系、后勤安排、接机购买机票等等一系列的事默默无闻。他们熬过若干的通宵这是我是知道的 我周末从哪里出差回来看看，深夜了，他们办公室人人亮的灯光啊，吃了快餐啊，吃了点的外卖，所以我要向他们表示敬意。这个我们的合作伙伴紫海王朝的会务公司，这个从第2届开始我们进行有效的合作，他们的工作配合很好，专业化水平很高，大家能感受到这一点，所以会务的是一个紫海王朝会务公司提供的相关服务。这个我们的酒店方酒店的总经理涂先生在这里。可能有的同事知道，去年前年从第2届到第4届，我们是在另外一家酒店君悦酒店。那么今年因为其他原因，我们换到这个酒店来，因为第1次在这里举行这样的大型活动，我们不是太有数。我的团队提前来打前站踩点，我在办会之前也来现场来走了一下场，我看到会场我心里有点底，看看房间，看看其他设施心里有点底，但是团队之间的磨合不是太有底。那么到目前为止，我觉得他们提供的服务还是专业的，服务设施也是一流的，所以我要对涂总和他的团队表示感谢。这个我们的媒体今天开幕式的媒体比较多，现在仍然还有一些媒体在现场，有的已经离开会场。我对媒体对本次会议给予的充分的关注和有效的报道表示感谢。最后也是最重要的，我们的同传翻译老师们提供了有效的同传翻译，所以他们从昨天开始，昨天我们还一会儿我们还有分会场，所以他们仅仅2、3个人提供了专门从北京来的高效的翻译团队。我们和这个团队合作连续5年了，是从第1届开始一直到现在，向同传老师们表示感谢。好，最后我们以掌声感谢一下同传翻译最后我要宣布第5届海洋合作治理论坛结束。后面呢，我们还有一个海南自贸港与南海资源开发，这是一个闭门的座谈会，请受到邀请的参会者移步到隔壁会场。再次感谢大家，会议闭幕。
谢谢吴理事长，谢谢大家。隔壁的会议将于4点15分准时开始，期待大家的参与。准时开始，期待大家的参与。再次谢谢大家，谢谢。